The suspense.
Are we all here? Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I want to welcome you all to the quarterly meeting of the Harmful Algal Bloom Task Force. My name is Leanne Fluell. I am a section leader here at FWC's Fish and Wildlife Research Institute. I'm also currently the chair for the Harmful Algal Bloom Task Force. This is our first meeting back together since December of 2019. And I'm so excited that we're all in the same room. It's been really hard, I think, challenging to do this virtually. We do have two members joining us remotely, Mark Kirkpatrick and Quay George, but the rest of the task force members are here in person. And we are streaming this live on FWC's YouTube channel. So that's the public access for this. So welcome to everybody who might be watching us this morning. As always, I want to point out that if you're viewing and you want to make a comment, you can send those comments to our website. You can see it on the screen right now. It's myfwc.com/HAB task force. There's a button right there to submit a comment, and it will make sure it goes to all members of the task force. Let's see. We're honored today to be joined by some VIPs. We have FWC's Executive Director, Eric Sutton. We have the Director of the Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, Gil McCrae. And we have the Chief Science Officer for the state of Florida, Mark Rains, joining us today. They'll each give a few remarks before we get down to business. So the remainder of the meeting today will be facilitated by Dr. James Perrin Ross over to my right. When we last met in April, we started to review our initial recommendations, and we made decent progress. But the goal today, with Perrin's assistance, is to complete our review of those initial recommendations, including revisiting our discussions in April if we can, and in order to develop an updated and revised recommendations document, ideally by the end of the calendar year. So that's our goal, and so we have a goal. We're obviously set up for a working meeting, and we brought in a facilitator to make sure that we would get through the work that we want to do today. Of course, we couldn't have known in April what the backdrop of this meeting would be today. So, which is another prolonged red tide season and encroachment and increasing severity way up into Tampa Bay like we haven't seen in many, many years. So there's a lot of activity going on right now in response to this event, and a lot of discussion and a lot of media coverage. And we'll likely hear from our guests this morning a little bit about the current situation and some of the recent events and actions by the state. And as we do the work today, it's definitely going to be in the front of my mind. I know we can discuss it this morning, but I have a feeling that this current event will continue to come up throughout the day. But I think that's great because things have happened this season that didn't really come to the forefront of my mind during the last bad bloom, and now we have kind of a fresh perspective as we review our recommendations. Some housekeeping comments before we get started. Of course, please silence or shut down your cell phones. There are coffee and snacks over on the wall, as you've seen. We have some breaks scheduled. One in the morning, tentatively 10:45, but whenever it actually fits in, there'll be a 15-minute break. We have a hard lunch from 12 to 1, and then there'll be an afternoon break for 15 minutes around 2:15. And the meeting will end at 4. We have a hard stop at 4, and then people have to travel. So there we go. Before we actually get started, though, because we do have some additional folks in the room, I would like to just do a quick round of introductions so that Mark Rains knows who everybody is. There's kind of a mixed company today. So we can start on the screen with Quay and then Barb.
So I am Quay Dorch, a contractor for NOAA, the senior HAB scientist, and I used to supervise the competitive research programs for HABs at NOAA.
Barb?
And good morning, I'm Barb Kirkpatrick. I'm the Executive Director for the Gulf of Mexico Coastal Ocean Observing System Regional Association. Have done a couple decades worth of work on bryotoxins and human health. And I'm actually have lived in Sarasota for I think 30 years. And so the impacts to a community are really near and dear to my heart.
you want to start with Rhonda?
Sure. Rhonda Watkins, Collier County. I coordinate the local red tide monitoring and response for Collier County, which includes the smaller city of Naples, the city of Marco, but we work well together to coordinate all our efforts. So.
Dave Whiting, Florida Department of Environmental Protection. I'm a Deputy Division Director in our Division of Environmental Assessment and Restoration. I'm over our laboratory programs and water quality standards.
Dwayne DeFries, I'm the Executive Director of the IRL Council, an independent special district of the state of Florida and host of the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program.
My name is Rick Clark. I work for the Florida Department of Health out of Tallahassee, and I have a multitude of duties, some of which include pesticide evaluation and review committee at DAX, and then I do all the harmful algal bloom work and manage 3 different contracts with the universities to do public health research on red tide and blue-green algae exposures. And we kind of have a lot of things going on, but I'm really pleased to be here today and looking forward to the meeting.
I'm Jill Flager. I'm with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, and I'm the administrator over the Shellfish Harvest Classification Program. And so part of that, especially in Southwest Florida, is monitoring and opening and closing the shellfish harvesting area in the state.
I'm Andy Reich. I'm retired after 30 plus years with Florida Department of Health assessing public health impact from harmful algal blooms, including Carina brevis red tides in the Gulf of Mexico.
Hi, I'm Sherry Larkin. I'm a professor at University of Florida and had conducted research on the economic impacts of HABs. And right now I'm director of the Florida Sea Grant Program, and we fund research and education and outreach on HABs.
Excuse me, I'm Don Anderson. I'm from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. So I'm from Massachusetts. I've been working on red tides and HABs my entire scientific career. Much of that time on other organisms from Carina, but I do have several major projects down in Florida ongoing now.
Chuck Jacoby. I'm with the St. John River Water Management District. I lead their estuary section, which is responsible for all the salty water in the district's mainly.
Okay, well, that's everybody. So I'm going to turn the floor over now to our guests. Gil, you're going to start us off.
Yeah, thank you, Leanne. Great to see you all. Great to be at any meeting in person. And hello to you folks on TV. So welcome back. I want to continue to thank you for your commitment to this task force, and those of you that were here when the task force was first reconvened will recall that I made a statement that the policy framework and attention to water quality and harmful algal bloom issues has never been as strong, never been as comprehensive as it is now in Florida, and that has not only continued but strengthened. And Eric and Mark will tell you more about that, but certainly the issues that we've had with this current red tide, and particularly now in Tampa Bay, have brought red tide to the forefront. But as we all know, there are multiple harmful algal blooms that we need to address simultaneously, and we have the right expertise here on this task force to do that. So the science is also changing rapidly, and that's good because that means there's been investment in work on harmful algal blooms, and you'll revisit your priorities today in that context and also in the context of the events we have today. But I will tell you, from the standpoint of addressing water quality concerns, this is an exciting time in the state legislatively, and certainly Eric will tell you about Governor DeSantis's commitment to improving water quality. It's a fundamental component of controlling harmful algal blooms. Not everything, but certainly one of the key challenges. And at its base, in certain parts of the state with certain HABs, it's an infrastructure issue. And you've heard about investments in infrastructure. And I'm happy to say that in almost every conversation, infrastructure includes infrastructure to improve water quality. So let's not forget about those connections with those larger initiatives. So thank you for your continued commitment to the HAB Task Force. We're here to support you, and I'll bring Eric up for his comments. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. Good to see you all. So the harmful algal bloom task force is a big deal, and I think you know that, but I'm just going to reiterate that. No pressure. You know, we talk first about kind of the, from the governor's perspective, at least my representation. It was a few weeks ago, the governor came down and brought now interim secretary John Hamilton and several others. We had a press availability and a roundtable discussion on red tide. That was before it kind of got to the level that it is right now in the Bay. But it's the first time, and I think Gil's been here longer than me, but it's the first time we've had a governor not only come to the Institute, that's because I think others may have, but the press avail was important, but he spent a lot of time with us before that, sitting down and talking to Kate, and talking to Gil and others, and learning about it. I mean, very, very interested. And this governor puts his money where his mouth is. I mean, we've had an unprecedented amount of money going into water quality. That's the good news. We all know what the bad news is. It doesn't change overnight. The bank account gets full, it doesn't change the water quality. And so he's committed to that for the long term. We've got a chief science officer now that kind of helps oversee and make sure that he's getting informed by science, and he lets us do our job. So I can't say any more flattering things about a governor, because when you're in a job like mine, that's exactly what you need to be able to do, to really do your work and try to get things accomplished. And of course, he stood up the harmful algal bloom task force, and that's why you all are here today. So it's really important. I talk to the governor's office daily. Certainly recently, and they know I'm here today to listen and to learn, and that's exactly what I do. Is I learn a lot. And Kate, I feel like she's my major professor as I'm studying dinoflagellates. I have to work on my thesis. I don't know what it would be, but anyway, it's. I did tell the governor, and I mean it. Despite the situation of red tide and the natural side of it, and the man influence and human influence on it, there's no better experts he could assemble or have than we have here in this room, and there's others and other partners than we have. And that's the good news. And so he recognized that, and he's very grateful and thankful for your time, as am I. So. When this happened, the last time, it was a 2-year was the catalyst for standing back up the task force, and it was a lot of consternation in the whole region, from Charlotte up to Pasco, and really started swinging around to the East Coast. It was pretty frantic. I know you all recall that. So when this happened again, we kind of pulled out got the band back together to come down and really nothing more than a figurehead in a lot of ways, but what I'm saying by being here is that this right now is our top priority, and in the press yesterday and today, it's like my quote, which for half an hour, I thought I would have got more than that, but it was, it's here, it's bad, there's nothing we can do to communicate. That's true to some extent, but there's a lot more work going on that, you just can't explain in a soundbite. So there's a lot of eyes on the work that's being done here. No one expects miracles. We just expect you all to be bright minds and guide us in what we should do, and take very seriously what those recommendations will be. Yesterday we had the executive director for Tampa Bay Estuary Program, and Dave Tomasco, who's at Sarasota Bay Estuary Program. So we'll round it out today with you, Dwayne, and we had representatives from Pinellas County, Pasco County, or not Pasco, Pinellas, Manatee, and Hillsborough counties, and of course Mark was there, as was Sean Hamilton, interim secretary, and we really just wanted to have a conversation, find out what are you hearing, what do you know, and we had some press there, wasn't really expecting that, but that's okay. We still were able to have the conversation we needed to have. And there's a lot of, as you can imagine, angst and anxiety in the Tampa Bay community. As I've learned from Kate, she's been doing some historical, and it looks like it's been about 50 years since kind of these conditions came in. And as you might imagine, or if those of you don't know, there was also a real environmental problem with Piney Point, releasing highly nutrients out of the storage area, which is has happened before in our area, and it was just And that's what everybody's focused on in this community. And like we're trying to explain, it's a bad thing. Piney Point is a bad environmental issue, period. No one's arguing that. What's hard to explain when people are so focused on that is it's just one of several variables that have led to the current situation, as I've learned and what Kate's taught me. So just bear that in mind, that it's a real sensitive issue. It's bad, and they're going to be held accountable, as the Secretary said. So that's on the forefront of everyone, citizens' minds that I've talked to, from fishing guides to recreational fishermen to other community members. The legislators came in yesterday after we had that meeting, and they asked a lot of questions. And what it told me was that we all know the story, we all know red tide, we all know a lot of the intricacies, but you can't tell the story enough to people. They feel a little bit better when they know some of the facts about it. So as legislators came in, they didn't know, how some of the things were connected. And within a short hour time, even me, who is probably the least knowledgeable about these things in this room, was able to, help them understand. And so they know they can call me when they have issues. So I'm kind of running that switchboard. That's kind of my role with the, the elected officials. And I'm really just looking forward to hearing what you all have to say. And if we carve out some time, whether it's now or throughout, to kind of talk about the current situation, because it is really unique. I got asked yesterday, of course, on camera, like, why would you say this is the worst red tide ever? I said, I would not say that. I said it's a unique situation. All these blooms, because of all those different variables, no two really look the same. So anyway, that's enough of me. Dr. Raines is here. He's from my alma mater, the USF. And so Dr. Raines, turn it over to you.
Well, first, thanks for the invitation to join you guys. I hope this isn't my first and only appearance here.
Tom was always a standing invitation.
Oh, well, good. I'll take you up on that. So my name is Mark Raines. I'm a professor of geology at the University of South Florida. I'm also, for 2 years, the chief science officer of the state of Florida, following up on Tom's work. I should probably tell you a little bit about my background, because though Tom and I have been longtime friends and we have similar interests and similar demeanors, we come at the problem from completely different ends of the gradient. Right? He's a nearshore coastal fisheries guy. I'm a headwaters hydrology geology guy. So, while we're interested in water quantity and quality and how it affects ecosystem structure and function, we're going to look at this problem completely differently. So my expertise is in how water flows from ridges to reefs and controls the structure and function of those ecosystems that it interacts with, and how additionally that water is transformed through those interactions. And all that then sort of converges on our sort of coastal water bodies, or our large water bodies, and that we have a bloom or not, right? But my interest is particularly in the headwater setting. So I'm interested in how water moves down hill slopes and goes through geographically isolated wetlands and ends up in headwater streams and then delivers. And I'm interested in that because the headwaters are most voluminous, like that's where the area is, and so that's where a lot of our water comes from. But it's also where a lot of the magic happens. It's where water comes into contact with sediments and microbes and plants, and there's steep biogeochemical gradients, and so a lot of the water quality happens there, and then it just sort of is delivered to the larger water bodies. So because of that expertise and interest, I'm interested in blooms. Let's say it's like Okeechobee or Tampa Bay or anywhere else, but the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around and I'm going to look up gradient into the headwaters, or at least the broader watershed, and I'm going to think about why this is happening from that perspective. And I think sometimes and I think it's perhaps driven in part by media, very interested in climate change, right? That's something that gets a lot of attention, and it should, right? It provides that's like an existential threat to our way of life in some areas. But I think it diverts our attention sometimes from land use, land cover change, which has been, that's very mature. Like, we've gone a long way down this pathway to reconfiguring our landscapes. And so far, so we're never going to go back. Like, we can't go back to how it was when George Washington and Pocahontas were running on the landscape. Like, it's just a different world. And yet it has sort of these fundamental impacts on what we're seeing right now, right? And as Eric points out, it's complicated, right? But it's also complicated in ways that I think sometimes the story doesn't get told properly. So I would refer to, you guys probably saw the article in the Washington Post yesterday, right? Which was red tide, fish kills at Piney Point. There was the whole story. So Washington Post is international, right? That was a big story in the Post. It didn't take me long to swipe through my iPad to get to that. That's all everybody knows right now. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to tell that broader, more complicated story about we're all in this together, right? There isn't a single person in this room who isn't directly or indirectly benefiting from the way we've configured our landscape. And the way we've transformed it to shed water and the stuff it carries into the nearest water body. And so since we got into this problem together, the only way out is together. So I'm really interested in, we all have certain knowledge and we all have certain values and we all have certain constraints. And so when we have this conversation about how to reconfigure the landscape to the betterment of water quality, it's incumbent upon us to understand everybody's perspectives on that matter. Because if we just say, we're the scientists and we're here to solve the problem, we've already lost. There's a whole bunch of research on how to communicate with people, and it's not to talk to them. We have to build sort of a level of credibility, right? Which starts with listening to them and appearing empathetic to their interests and their understandings. And only then can we figure out where that common space is that we can say, oh, okay, well, because let's go back to the point, right? If I say, I'd like to improve water quality and reduce the severity of harmful algal blooms, there is no constituency for the other side, right? That just doesn't exist. There's no stakeholder that disagrees with that. The key is finding out what the stakeholders do think about the problem, what the causes are, what the possible solutions are, what the role of government might be in implementing those solutions or promoting them versus other constituencies. And if we find that common space, then we can make progress, both in terms of helping people understand collectively what do we know about the problem and the solutions, but also how we might collectively get out of it. For me, that starts by coming to talk to you guys because I don't know red tide. I'm a headwater. I just told you I'm a headwaters freshwater guy. So everything I learned about red tide, I've learned in the last few years as a citizen, and yesterday on the boat with Kate explaining a whole bunch of things to me. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to come and talk. One of the roles I serve as the Chief Science Officer, as you probably know, I lead the Blue-Green Algae Task Force. Obvious lot of similarities. There's obviously historical reasons why there are two task forces. There's real good reasons because the problems are slightly different. They're not completely aligned, but there's a lot of reasons that we should be at least dovetailed because I think there's a ton of overlap and a ton of things that each group has learned that we could perhaps put together and sort of have a broader understanding of where we've already learned some things in one group that we can teach to the other and vice versa, and figure out where those differences are and how we might sort of collaborate to help one another accomplish this. So I'll throw it on the table, just as not a promise or an idea, but we have had conversations about a joint meeting between the Blue-Green Algae Task Force and the Harmful Algal Bloom Task Force. I think it could be beneficial. I'm not suggesting we definitely do it, but I think it's something we ought to start talking about to figure out. Like, there's no reason to have a meeting if there isn't an outcome, right? So, if we can figure out what that outcome would be, like what's the goal of that meeting and how could we get there, then I'd love to schedule that. I've already spoken with the governor's office about it. They agree. It's a good idea if we can figure out what the point of it is and how we would get there. So, looking forward to the rest of the day. Happy to participate or happier still to listen. So again, thank you for the invitation, and hopefully we'll do this again soon.
Thanks, Mark. Before I think we do have a little bit more time this morning before we start into the structured part of the agenda. Kate, do you want to join us briefly? Or at least you can stay where you are, but in terms of talking about what's going on now, some of the folks in the room might not be as involved in it, like maybe give us a little bit more of an overview of the current event, and then we'll see if folks have questions. Sorry to put you on the spot.
I'll just give a little overview of the event that's been going on. So the current bloom started in early December of 2020. It's been going on since then, and the bloom started in Lee County. That's where we first observed it. Even before that, in December, there were birds that were recovered that had signs of rabbitoxicosis, indicating that there may have been offshore populations that we weren't observing prior to the first observation onshore. Since that first observation of bloom levels in Lee County, we saw the bloom bounce around down south. It moved north, south, but pretty much staying in the Charlotte to Collier County area. We saw it impact Monroe County a little bit. Then in February, we started to see it move north up the coast. And over the course of the winter and the spring, we had protracted southerly winds that really impacted the bloom and how it was moving, and it caused the bloom to continue to move north. So that's something that we've actually continued to see even into the wet season. That's a little bit unusual for this time of year. Often as we start to move into the wet season, we'll see a lot of storms, we'll see a transition in the winds, and we really haven't seen that. And that's also helped move the bloom into Pinellas County, and unfortunately into Tampa Bay, where we're seeing it now, into Pasco County. These are areas where this time of year we don't typically see bloom levels. Pasco County really doesn't often get blooms at all. And when we look at Tampa Bay, just to kind of give a sense for how often we see blooms in the Tampa Bay region, and in Tampa Bay itself, over the past 10 years, we've had blooms roughly 6 of those past 10 years. 2018 was obviously a bad year. We did have blooms enter the bay, but we didn't have them enter as far as what we're seeing right now. So we started to see bloom levels in Tampa Bay in May. We started to see the first hint of cells in lower Tampa Bay at the end of April. And so we've seen conditions continue to get worse since then. There are a few other things that have impacted the bloom in Tampa Bay this year, and I just wanted to mention those. We did have a drought. For those of you that are in this area, we didn't have rain pretty much all winter and spring. So that was definitely something. I'm an avid gardener, and so that was a big pain for my garden. Good for plants. But it's something where that caused salinities in Tampa Bay to be abnormally high this time of year. And so we had reports of salinities that were at the same levels that we typically see in the ocean. And so when we compound that with those abnormal southern winds and the currents, we did see that was helping to push the red tide into the bay. What we're seeing right now is red tide, not just in the lower part of the bay, the mid part of the bay, we're also seeing it in Hillsborough Bay. And while this isn't unprecedented, it doesn't really occur this time of year very frequently. And it doesn't occur at the levels that we're seeing it at. So we are seeing high concentrations. For us, that's over 1 million cells per liter. We're seeing that in various parts of the bay. It's still patchy. And we're seeing that in a number of different locations. We're obviously keeping a close watch on it. The rainy season did start in pretty much right at the end of May. We had some of our very first rains, and we've been having our daily thunderstorms. Those have caused a little bit of freshening in the bay, but we're still experiencing unusually high salinities there. That's important for Carnea brevis because it does have a salinity tolerance. So we know that it can survive a pretty broad range of conditions, but that it does tend to prefer a certain range of salinity. So we are hoping that as the rain continues, that will help to reduce the salinities and also kind of push the cells hopefully out of that particular niche. Going back historically, I was just kind of interested to see when the last time we saw these levels of red tide and also the spatial extent when that was. And going back in time, The last time that we saw it was in 1971, and Karen Steidinger authored a paper about that particular event, and there was also a drought that preceded that event. So that seems to play a role. We also know that Piney Point happened this year, and so I don't want to discount that from potentially exacerbating this event, but we know that that didn't cause the red tide to move into Tampa Bay. So it seems like there are a number of different factors associated with what's going on right now. We're using a lot of different tools to try to track this bloom. We're working a lot with, as Eric mentioned, a lot with our local partners who are monitoring as well and helping with a lot of the fish kill cleanup. One of the goals is to try to remove those fish because they can provide a separate source of nutrients. One of the concerns is that there could be potential issues with low dissolved oxygen as time goes on. And looking back in history, that 1971 bloom did end in mid-August in Tampa Bay, and that was when we started to see the storm season really pick up. We often get asked what happens, what is a hurricane do to red tide, and the answer is we don't know. It can do any number of things. It can move it around. It can make it worse. In some cases, and maybe Tampa Bay is a good example for that, it might be able to make it better. So that's kind of the current state of things. We do have bloom concentrations still up to Pasco County. We have had improvement down south. Unfortunately, over the past few weeks, we started to see bloom levels return off the coast of Sarasota County. This was prior to Elsa, which passed right around the first week of July. And so since then, we've seen bloom concentrations sort of now along the Sarasota coast, and you'll see that in our midweek report that goes out today. We've also seen associated fish kills along the coast, as well as reports of respiratory irritation. And we're still continuing to see those southerly winds and those currents that are continuing to push the bloom to the north. We are getting some reversals, but in general, that's still the prevailing trend. So I wish I had a longer term forecast. The concern is definitely that this bloom could stick around throughout the summer and then continue into the time where we see new blooms initiate. And we really hope that that's not the case. But we've beefed up our monitoring in a number of different areas. We are working really closely with FDOCs and making sure that we're doing extra sampling in areas, especially with some of these storms, because we do know that that can be important for, potentially moving cells to new areas. And I don't know if you want to say anything about the scallop harvest, or if you want me to touch on that.
No, I think that's, yeah, I mean, we're getting more information from Pasco County. We had some samples yesterday and some today, I think more today. And, the map's going to bear a second look before that. So,
Yeah, I think for now, the scallop season in Pasco County is set to open soon. And we're keeping a very close eye on that in case we need to make any adjustments.
That's kind of the current state of things. We have seen a few elevated levels of red tide on the East Coast. We've had a few anecdotal reports of respiratory irritation. We have not yet seen bloom levels, and we have sampled pretty extensively, and we've had a few samples here and there that have had above background levels, but we haven't seen any sort of widespread cell counts or areas that have a lot of red tide. So that's something where we're continuing to respond on the East Coast and the Panhandle and all the areas in between, and fingers are crossed that we don't see a further expansion. That's kind of the current state of events with the red tide.
Thanks, Kate. Does anybody have questions for Kate?
Thanks, Kate. Can you give us a sort of a time course of the nutrient dynamics within the bay, sort of before, after, and now with that discharge? And did they go up a lot? Did they go down? Where are they now? How different is it?
Yeah, so what the Piney Point discharges began at the end of March, and they lasted through, I believe, April 7th or 8th. And so They were fairly short-lived, but there was a lot of nutrients that were discharged into one short, fairly small location. And the response that we saw based on satellite imagery as well as extensive monitoring was a fairly localized diatom bloom. So we saw a lot of large diatoms that were sort of those initial responders, and that was before we were seeing red tide in the area. It wasn't until several weeks later that we started to see the first signs of red tide in lower Tampa Bay. And we, at the same time, were using USF circulation models to track that effluent as it was moving throughout the bay. And what that showed is that there was obviously this localized pulse that stuck around, but we also saw, because the bay is such a dynamic system, we saw nutrients start to move around. And if we, fast forward to where we are right now, we know that there are still, and I can't put a percentage on it, but we know that there is some, fairly decent percentage of those nutrients that are still within the bay. I want to say somewhere around 30 to 40%, but they're fairly distributed, and they're also, in terms of the levels, they're orders of magnitude less than what was released. So, so that's something that we can compare relative to the sort of ambient levels in the bay that would be there at this time of year. And obviously the bay is a very productive system, and there's a lot of nutrients in the bay anyways. And so I think right now we would want to go back and check with the estuary programs and that. But in terms of what we're seeing, the nutrient levels in general they dropped really quickly. So I think trying to figure out exactly where those nutrients went, where they ended up, that's the big puzzle. So, there's a lot of questions as to that. There have been macroalgae blooms that have been localized in the Port Manatee area, which is where a lot of those nutrients came out. And so trying to understand how much of the nutrients may have been tied up there. We know that large diatoms can sink out of the water column. We don't know exactly. There was a lot of sediment testing that was done around the source, but a lot of those analyses take months to complete. So there's a lot of different groups, universities, local partners working on that and trying to put together sort of a more comprehensive picture of the nutrient budget is something that's ongoing and likely going to take a little while to really piece together. But yeah, there's a lot of different partners working on it, and I have to give kudos to the Tampa Bay Estuary Program because they have done a fantastic job of pulling together a lot of different entities and hosting calls and collaboration efforts where they're really helping to synthesize those results. They have a dashboard, as does the Department of Environmental Protection, where a lot of this data is compiled. And I also really want to thank the Department of Environmental Protection because they've been continuing to sample. For roughly the first month, they were going out daily, collecting samples. They've continued to expand that sampling as we've seen red tide move into the area. And that data is available on the Protecting Florida other dashboard. There's a specific tiny point dashboard. And so there's a lot of resources out there where this data is publicly available.
Any other questions?
Yeah, it's a long-term time series that the counties and the estuary program have put together have been really critical in trying to understand where we're at right now relative to what would be sort of baseline levels for this time of year. And having the drought and then the onset of seasonal rains and trying to piece all of these different pieces together is challenging in a dynamic estuary, to say the least.
Could you talk a little bit about some of the work being done in Pinellas County in terms of the increased resolution of sampling along the coast and possible projections of health impacts through the air monitoring?
Yeah.
Modeling?
So there's there's state monitoring in Pinellas County, and the county is also really proactive in setting up their own monitoring program. And so we work really closely together. And that scenario is being compiled by NOAA and the Gulf of Mexico Coastal Ocean Observing System as part of a new respiratory irritation forecasting system. And this system is taking basically all of this available data, and it's providing forecasts of respiratory irritation along the coastal beaches. They're not yet available for within Tampa Bay. But the samples, because we're having such high resolution sampling right now, related to our typical monitoring as well as event response sampling that has been amped up because of this event. And that data is feeding into this model, which is then providing forecasts at a number of different beaches along the coast at 3-hour resolution, so that people can get a sense of when might be the best time to go to the beach. And we have had, at least over the past several days, especially since Elsa, we've had winds out of the east, and so that's been decent at times for helping with respiratory irritation. However, it's still quite patchy. And that's patchy on a beach-to-beach level, but also patchy just over the course of the day. And so those sorts of tools where we're able to do that sort of more frequent sampling, but also the model capacity to be able to provide those short-term forecasts is really changing the way that we are able to provide that sort of public health information and guidance.
Yeah, you know, for historically, we've really concentrated on the exposures coming from the Gulf of Mexico, Carina brevis blooms onto the shore. You know, but now with blooms happening in Tampa Bay, how does that affect our ability to predict potential, human health exposures through aerosols? Are we trying to make sure the models work from the Tampa Bay side as well?
We are. One of the things that's nice about Tampa Bay is that we do have a circulation model. That's one of the important parts of trying to be able to then build on some of the other respiratory irritation forecasting. I don't have a good answer for when that's going to come online. I know that it's something that we're discussing. But I know we're also trying to provide more information just in general about where areas are, where there is respiratory irritation as part of our status reports that we put out twice a week, and trying to give a sense of, you know, when we get reports, we try to document those. And again, it's something that in terms of trying to build those into the more formalized forecast, there are a number of things, validation efforts that have to happen. And as you said, there's a lot more effort that's focused on doing that offshore and along the coastal beaches and the estuaries. If you look just at the circulation forecasts for the coast versus the estuaries, along the coast you can see, okay, blooms are likely to move northwest. If you look in Tampa Bay, over the next 3 days, it's going to do this. And so trying to come up with an accurate prediction of what the respiratory irritation forecast is likely to look like, I think, you know, I don't know how close we are to that, but it's a more complicated issue.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Barb would like to talk a little bit about that as well.
Put Barb on the spot.
Yeah, so thanks. So the forecast that we currently are producing through NCOS and GCUS is a 24-hour forecast in 3-hour intervals. And the nice part about it is it updates automatically every 3 hours. So if we get a wind shift or a weather event that changes conditions, the forecast automatically updates. So we're trying to encourage people to not look at it just at 8 o'clock in the morning because you want to do your beach run at 5 o'clock, but also check it later in the day so they can get as up to date as reports as they can. We've been trying to broadcast it widely through the media to let people know. It is a research project that is fairly mature, but it's not a complete product at this point. And we're always looking, and maybe that's a topic of discussion today, of how ways to improve it and what can be done to make it be a more useful tool. And again, I'll leave it at that. Anybody have any questions for me or comments?
I was just going to say, I did hear yesterday some folks that were asking where to get information from the health department. So whatever you're doing to push out to the media, you may want to consider boosting that a bit. But I did hear that from what it's worth.
Okay.
I did another question, if I may.
Oh, go
Casey, one area I found interesting, I think the others will, be kind of the discussion we had on fish removal and its relationship to, removing nutrients and hopefully oxygen. Can you talk just a little bit about how we talk about the role fish removal plays in this bay situation versus coastal?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of question about just if you go out basically along the bay right now, you'll see a lot of different boats, different types of boats working on trying to remove fish, and there's efforts doing, both outside in the bay along the seawalls. There's multiple boats at the city level. The municipalities are working on this, the county's working on this, and the goal in removing fish, it's not just that you probably noticed when you walked out that it smells like dead fish. And the goal is not to just remove them because they're unsightly, but it also serves as a large nutrient source. And so in terms of trying to mitigate this bloom, one of the efforts is trying to remove potential nutrient sources that can continue to fuel the bloom. And so that's been a huge priority of the county, of the cities. And so that's something that we're continuing to prioritize with them. There's already been a lot of material that's been removed and efforts to try to continue to improve and support that. And there's, trying to do that not just as I mentioned that there's been these eastern winds and that's caused a lot of the fish to sort of pile up along the Pinellas County coast. But there are still fish kills out in the bay. And so there's shrimp boats that are working out there, trying to clean up out there. The concern is that, trying to get these out of the water now, again, can help remove nutrients. The secondary concern is that as these fish sink out, they could potentially cause dissolved oxygen issues later on, and that can present issues for some of the submerged aquatic vegetation like seagrass. It can also present other issues for some of our benthic habitats. And so it's sort of a multi-pronged effort to try to capture this before it becomes a bigger threat. So it's something where sometimes we ask, what can we do to try to mitigate this? And there have been studies trying to look at whether or not red tide is able to use nutrients coming from dead fish. And we know that red tide is really opportunistic and it's able to use quite a diversity of nutrients. And so trying to pull out the different sources that we can, this is something that's ongoing and a valiant effort. In the 2018 bloom, that bloom was much more of a coastal bloom in this area, and Pinellas County was pretty revolutionary in their decision to try to use boats, offshore commercial fishermen, to try to capture those fish before they made it inshore and into a lot of the areas where there's mangroves and things like that to try to get them before they get in there. Once they get into those systems, it's pretty impossible to get them out. So it's something where we're learning as we go, learning new strategies. They've also mentioned using booms to try to block out certain areas that are especially sensitive to try to, again, keep the dead fish from getting in there and being a continued source. We, just in looking at the circulation over the past several months, there have not been a lot of circulation events that have been predicted to have large movement out of the bay. So that's another reason for trying to do this, where there haven't been major flushing events, that sort of thing, even with some of the bigger tidal events that we've had. So.
Okay. Okay, we do want to get started, but yeah.
Just a real quick question. It's really not for Kate, it might be for Eric or others. Back in the big event you had a few years ago, there was a declaration by the governor that allowed permit exceptions for people trying to do any sort of mitigation strategies. Is there any thought yet of something like that? Because that expired, right? And so now, if someone wanted to do an experiment in a bay or canal or something, it's not as easy as it used to be.
Yep, but that authority would be DEP. I think we're all in a space right now of considering whatever makes sense. I think when we conclude this meeting today, there'll be some actions. If that's something that, Don, you or Mo have see an opportunity, please just call us directly, and I'll make sure we hook up with Sean Hamilton. We can talk about that. That shouldn't be a big barrier. We have issued executive orders, obviously, for people to collect the dead fish. That's an important one. And I know getting a lot of input and things on fishery closures right now.
Okay. All right, Kate, you're going to hang around in the room for most of the day. And yeah, so we'll hear from her again. She'll be here for questions as they come up. Thank you. I'm going to hand it over to Perrin Ross now.
Thank you, Leanne. I think I briefly introduced myself to most of you. My name's Perrin Ross. I'm actually a biologist by training. I'm retired from UF, and I used to study sea turtles and alligators and crocodiles. I also taught oceanography and marine science at UMass for a couple of semesters many, many years ago, and I studied harmful algal blooms in Lake Griffin system and their impact on alligators. So I know just enough about your topic to be really dangerous and disruptive. But my role here today is not to have any input on your content at all. And if I should attempt to do so, please correct me and rein me in. My role is to try and help you have an efficient, effective meeting. We have, in fact, quite a challenging agenda, a lot of material, and I think if I could lay out some guidelines for our discussion to get us started and get you to all agree to that, then that would help us move forward. You are all very senior managers, administrators, researchers in your various agencies, so I don't see any need for us to have any formal rules about courtesy and being respectful of each other's points of view and so forth. I think you've all got that. You've all done this many, many times. But let me suggest that, as you've already begun to do, just to keep an orderly discussion, if you'll raise your hand for recognition, that will help me just sort of keep the flow spread evenly, and I have to be particularly sensitive to our two people who are offline and not get left out of the conversation, and you can help me with that as well. We really need to focus our output on a very specific thing, this document that we have in draft, that you've already discussed, and which really, as I understand it for Leanne, we need to make final changes for today. We're not kicking this down the road anymore. This is sort of it, and we've only got half a day. So let me suggest a few quick, easy things. Can we all agree not to repeat ourselves? Can we all agree not to repeat it? No. Okay, we'll get it once. We're going to try and catch things on the flip chart. My assistant Alicia here is going to help me with that, and so if we can just have a crisp discussion. We're all come out of science backgrounds and used to science papers and give the introduction and the background and the methods and the analysis and the results and we don't want any of that. We want the conclusions from the abstract. That's it. Okay, let's get to the point. We don't need elaborate explanations. All of your backgrounds in this are deep, and I don't think we need to explain to anybody what Carina brevis is or any of the fine details of its biology, not here and now. This is a policy development exercise, as Leanne has explained it to me. Focusing on clear, short statements, and let's not worry about wordsmithing. If we can catch the key points today and get them recorded, and Megan is keeping notes for us, We will have the record of this that's being recorded, and so from that we'll be able to fine-tune the language. So let's not get bogged down in language. So what I will try and do is periodically try and get you to summarise and conclude on a particular topic. And if you feel you need more discussion, push back and say, no, we're not there yet, but I will sort of push you a bit to get to end points. I think that's probably the best role that I can have for you. Is everybody okay with proceeding like this? That's good. I'm seeing nods around the table and Clay and Barb giving us thumbs up. Excellent, thank you. So let's look at our agenda. Everybody has a copy of the agenda, I believe, and we have deliberately posed the topics in the reverse order that they occur in the report. Okay, they occur Public Health Communications Management Research in the report. We're not proposing to change the order in the report at all. But in order to have an orderly discussion, we're going to put the things you haven't talked about first, which was research and some of the management, and the things you have already talked about, communications and public health. We'll get to them at the end of the day if we have time. So that's the point of that. And what I've done as a sort of a help for that, you also have, in addition to the agenda, what I call a cheat sheet. I've actually Leanne did the hard work. We pulled all of the current recommendations out of the document, put them in the reverse order that we want to talk about them, and indicated which ones have already been dealt with and which ones haven't. So I'm going to use this as my sort of checklist to say, let's hammer through this. The times are indicative. We'll try and keep to those times, but if we get to an end point time and we need more discussion, we can agree to do that easily, understanding that it takes time away downstream. So every time we extend our time at the front end, we lose time on the back end. So keep that in mind. But we'll have a hard stop at lunchtime. We will have another hard stop around 3:30 or so to give us a half an hour to sort of have an orderly closure, to review what we've accomplished, for Leanne to assign tasks, to sort of indicate what next steps will be. So that's sort of what we propose. Is everybody comfortable with that as an agenda to follow and a process? I invite everybody to, I guess you guys are in the room here, and raise your hand and get started.
You're all welcome to chip in.
Good.
Yes, please do.
Okay. If there are no concerns or questions, we want to get to it. Here's a quick summary of the process. Raise hands, no repeats, keep it simple, clear short bullets and no wordsmithing. And my attempt to represent Alicia, you want to put that one up for me, please? Just pull it around a bit so we don't block.
I like to cheat.
And
No.
ready, steady, go. First topic is research. Number one in the research was what I have summarised as surveys. Clearly from Kate's discussion and previous questions, that is a very relevant topic. I think for all of these topics we want to focus in on, are there any changes to the current draft? Is there any new material that needs to be added? The floor is open for discussion.
Well, that's a need that's not going to change. And I think with the additional funding we've gotten in the last few years, we've taken steps towards meeting that goal. I'm not sure that we're doing quite enough, and I'm not sure I feel comfortable that it will be sustained at this point. But I don't see that the need for that changes, and I'm not sure that we need to change that recommendation. I don't think we should remove it. Other thoughts?
Glenn?
Just a point of clarification. As I read this, it says, until our understanding of the factors, which suggests that we wouldn't sustain beyond some point of understanding. And with climate change and all the other complexities that we see, I think we're in this for the long haul. The scale may be different. But, as I read this, I thought, well, it almost suggests that, we're going to take this to a certain point, and once we think we know the factors, that somehow we're going to have less of an effort. and I don't see that as the reality.
I think we put it in there so that it wasn't like this open-ended,
I
daunting.
remember the conversation,
Right.
but it makes me a little nervous now, considering kind of 2 years looking back, especially what's going on now. I don't know. It just makes me nervous.
Well,
Question is, do you want to leave it in or take it out? Okay, you have a question?
And to second that for another reason, which is that you need the data for the models, even going forward from offshore. So even when you do understand, you're still going to continue to need offshore data in some form. Now, maybe it can all be obtained by offshore buoys that are HAB specific, but we're not there yet.
So if I call that continuing data needs, would that sort of catch that? Huh?
yeah.
We crafted these, did we purposely not mention funding?
No, I think sustain was the.
Well,
And we have
exactly.
a broader statement in the document that these initiatives require funding, like they should be funded.
Yeah.
We didn't put funding specifically into each one, but it is in the document.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, this is one that really, yeah.
You're not going to do it without it, so I didn't know if it needed to be more overtly stated. The effort to ensure the funding
Right.
to do this.
Does that need additional wording, just to
No,
is sustainable a dog whistle for funding, or?
Sustain is broad enough.
Dave, you raised it, your name, got language there to put in?
No, not pat language, I just couldn't, it's been a while, wasn't sure if we specifically, because in any of them, it's not called that, so that's why I was
Right.
wanting to
sort of
refresh my memory. If
needed for all of them.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And, to initiate progress, the task force has identified the following actions that should be funded and integrated into a transformational strategy for the state of Florida. So, I mean, it's there, but it's not for each one.
So would it be correct to say that it's not the task force obligation to provide or find funding, you just recognise that somebody needs to provide funding?
That's true.
Basically individual agencies. Is that catching that correctly?
I think so.
Sure.
So the term, I'm yelling because Eric told me to.
Kelly said we had to talk louder at the kids' table.
The term state support means a lot of things. Certainly policy support, which we have had, and happy to say will likely continue. Funding support, which we have had at historic levels, and I believe that will continue. And the support for collaborative groups like the two task forces and the discussions you all are having here today. So certainly the task force is welcome to go into any nuances of funding needs that you wish to specify in detail. But as Leanne said, I think in multiple places in this document, reference to the types of support needed is pretty clear. But again, if you'd like to make that more detailed, that's certainly up to you all as a task force.
So perhaps, Megan, we catch that in the notes as a possibility. Great, thank you. Chuck.
I think when we were doing this, funding come up every time we made a recommendation. And so we thought, well, let's, gather that all up and stick it up the front and say, look, none of this happens if you don't find either some resources someplace. Policy, I'm not sure we mentioned that as explicitly as we might, so that might be something we want to deal with. Going back to this question of surveys and how long they go on, when I was remembering back to the debate, I think it's surveys and detection. I think those two things both involve people out on the water finding things. So I think the detection one was trying to speak to what Quay said, which is you're going to want ongoing but the surveys, which may not be quite the right word, to me that's these sort of process studies. You know, how does this work? And eventually you should come up with some kind of answer that helps you understand how it works. That doesn't mean that you stop going out there and sampling. It just means you don't do the same kind of sampling. You shift into a different mode of sampling. And that's what, for me back then, that's what I was looking for, is this differentiation between this kind of really intensive effort, and then now we've learned some things so we can figure out how to do it well and efficiently. Now, maybe we need a different word.
Well, the surveys was my attempt to summarize a long paragraph in a quick heading just to talk about it. So don't hold it too strongly, but the point that it's a broader issue, I think, is clear. Are there other comments on this one?
I just wanted to maybe add a word or two to the summary, and that would be large scale. It's one thing to say offshore, cross-shore. Florida's been doing a lot of those over the years, a transect here, a transect there. But the places in the country where we've made, I think, exceptionally good progress, understanding bloom dynamics of these huge outbreaks, are when we run cruises that go from Canada, in our case, all the way down to Massachusetts. They'll take 7 days, 10 days of a big research vessel, do it again and again, and they're expensive. And somebody's got to recognize that to do this right, to get the information you want, I think you need to go large scale.
We're getting some of that more now than we have before with the NOAA AOML cruises that we're enhancing to expand their coverage. So definitely more in the last year or two than.
So you're counting on.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's to do it. It's not going to be a state funded survey. It's
jointly at this point, which works because we couldn't do it ourselves. I don't know that the state could sustain that.
Tiny change would be large scale.
So two things. Is there agreement that we could add the word large scale? We won't wordsmith it now. Megan will catch it. We'll put it in there. Sure. Any dissent from that? Seeing none, good.
This is Barb, can I add something?
Please.
I'm fine with large scale. I just wanted to add, along with sustained, I don't know how to capture this, but sustained has to be a guarantee more than from year to year. You can't make solid progress in research when projects are in 1 and 2 year increments. And so I think that's an important nuance that people have to be given not only the funding, but the time to make the progress. Coy, what do you think of that? I mean,
No, I absolutely agree. I feel as if for the HAB program, the most successful projects are, well, what Don calls large scale, but also long-term, 5-year projects.
Okay. So I've put on the record here for you both, sustained equals long-term period, and we'll catch that thought. And there seems to be broad, I think, no dissent. Dwayne?
In consideration of what Chuck said on the differentiation, if detection is going to be not just projects, but sampling regimes, I suggest that we reorder this 4-point list and start with detection, and then modeling, and then surveys. And so you can bring in sampling regimes in that detection point if surveys is going to be more synthetic, kind of a knowledge and process point. Chuck, was that kind of where you were at?
Sorry. So you're talking about these 1, 2, 3, 4 points under research, just reorder them to put detection at the top.
And add, sampling regimes along with projects, so we have a differentiation. Because I think we see this, from the context of, our background.
But a suggestion. Let's keep going in the order that they're in, but at the end of that, in discussion, then come back to, do these need to be reshuffled? Because reshuffle is an easy fix and a word thing.
And I just want to point out, today we're capturing the information, and as parent said, we're not going to wordsmith. I think we hope before the next meeting to have draft, and that would be a good time to to do reorganization if we want to, or wordsmithing, that kind of thing.
But we've caught the point that
Right.
these may not be in the
Right.
best,
Yeah.
most strategic order. Are there any more on this point, or have we got this one moved in there? I'm always going to push you a little bit for what I call a quick check-off. Because I found in groups quite often, everybody's actually in agreement, nothing has really new to say, but they keep on talking. So is this ready for a check-off? For the time being, can we say, look, we've made some content understanding, we've made some suggestions, we're ready to move to number 2 model. Is there any dissent from that? Barb, Kay, you good at this? There will, of course, be opportunities for further input on draft. We've sort of done what we wanted for this, which was look at the draft, ask questions, specify either new stuff or changes, both of which we've got. I think we're ready to say, good. I'm seeing nods everywhere. You always stand me up, and he'd be the one to say, oh no, I've got something else to say on this. I can say that when he's not here. Okay. Next topic, number 2, noting that we might reorder these, is the model. Open to discussion. So look at both what's on the cheat sheet and the original document, both. It would be a wise way to look at it. Get a quick check off? Can we go that quick? No. Hey, I got to try. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to, tie this back to, we had looked at this one when after we finished, and we were trying to figure out what, where to start and what could we find, what could we do. And the part about identifying, stakeholder needs and developing the suite of models, part of that is in process with the communications project that UF is doing in terms of stakeholder needs and wants. And then we have, I think we talked about it before, the integrated ocean monitoring, the workshop that's being planned for early next year. Is part of the goal of that was not just to develop an observation system for red tide, but also to bring in modelers and find out, what they need that they're lacking. Like that was, we had pulled together a few of the recommendations. So in terms of, I guess this is more of like where we are in terms of this recommendation. We have a plan to, understand a little bit more what stakeholders want. We have a plan to engage the modelers with the people doing the observations and try to figure out what they need to make advancements or to make the models to create the products that we need. So, we haven't had a ton of progress, but we're working on ways to address this. So I guess the question is this still, still out there as a need? Do we want to leave it in here? Do we want to modify it now?
Okay.
So I like it. One question in the list of what's being modeled, so where it's referring to the transport of neurotoxins in the air. Does any of this modeling get at health thresholds or anything that we want to specifically say something about health in the modeling? Because it doesn't.
Well, I think there's still a lot we don't know about health impacts, and that's, sort of captured under the public health part, but that's it.
Okay.
So
that's the none reason... of the modeling would get to where if, air monitoring detects X amount of whatever, cells, protoxin, whatever is being monitored for, that would trigger some health alert, but based on modeling.
Right.
And previous health exposure data. So I didn't know if we're getting any of that
I
modeling.
mean, that's
gets
just the
public
intent
health.
of the monitoring, right? I mean, that's the intent of the modeling, and yes, that's why we'll be doing it. Do you think that needs to be stated?
Well, it just never mentions health in that model.
There's a little
It
bit
mentions
of overlap.
nutrient inputs, it mentions, bloom dynamics, but it doesn't ever, if that's the intent, maybe we should say something about the public health aspect of the modeling in the modeling.
So you could do it by saying their impacts on and list ecosystems, public health, whatever the things are, the impacts are that we're trying to model.
Does that catch it for you, David?
Yeah, their impact, we just add something to the end of that kind of.
Yeah, that's fine.
rolls in.
Good.
Okay.
Andy?
I would think if you would bring in, if you're interested in public health, you're talking about long-term as seasonal, but in health issues, it's a lot longer than that. So we may want to include something longer than just a seasonal modeling.
Well,
It's got short term.
I'm not sure I understand.
Says long-term season.
Okay, just to clarify a little bit, if you look right on the second page of the document, there is actually a separate research topic under public health, and perhaps some of that actually falls there. Just you couldn't get everything in one pot, so there is under public health number 1 a research thing. Maybe that's where that gets folded into the big picture. But adding health to modelling number 2, the modelling aspect is a different topic.
At this point, we'll be lucky if we can get this. I mean, like that's the next goal, the next step from like 3.5 days to like seasonal. Yeah, I don't. In terms of a model, in terms of predictive capabilities, I don't know that we go to like 12-month or multi-year like that. We need to put that in here when we're barely at 3.5 days, right?
So when you're trying to understand health impacts, you need to look at it longer than just.
In terms of chronic health impacts, people who show lung damage.
Of course, yeah. I don't think that bears on just developing these models, though. Like, I think we're intertwining way too much public health and the goal here to just have better and more diverse models. Not to.
So again, let's make sure Megan catches in our record that his concern about longer-term health issues was raised, and certainly is.
Yeah, I think the fact that it says cave brevis blooms in their impacts, to me, impacts includes health effects. So, it's already there. So and keep health. Yeah.
I think I'd like to see the nutrient inputs change to something about cycling. Because I think that's one of the challenges we're seeing now is, it's not just what comes in, it's what's in there. And, seeing that over here, seeing that in the lagoon. So.
What was that good word you used? Inputs and cycle. Thank you.
Good.
And I think Kate's comments spoke to that very clearly. It's not just what gets in, it's where it ends up. Okay, so that's an addition, right? Just to make sure that this is covered. Other comments? Who's going to do all this monitoring? Do we know? I mean, modelling, excuse me.
We have an idea on some level.
And is it a specific project or distributed among agencies? Or how do you envisage this actually being implemented?
Yeah, this is Barb. I think one of the things, I don't know how to say it, we want to make sure the different models are not siloed, which I think they are right now, and they're less efficient because they're siloed.
Right. Of course, there's always that dilemma about models, other than all models tell lies and whatever that thing is. That is that the more elaborate you make them, the closer they approach reality until eventually they are reality. They work exactly as complicated and long-term and slow as the real world. So there's always that trade-off between simplicity and brevity. But the idea of not getting them so separate they can't talk to each other seems pretty straightforward to me. Rick?
Just to clarify about the discussion we're having right now is, let's say, for example, we have 3 public health long-term health effect studies occurring now, we're collecting data, or at the university collecting data. And then is the ultimate goal after, say, 3 or 4 or 5 years of that collection of data, then take that information and put it into a modeling project and see if we can glean information from that? Is that the goal of this statement tying public health modeling? Is that the expectation? Or
Public health, doesn't say public health modeling. No, it's not. This is more environmental.
Because for us, the utility is the environmental, knowing like the BCRS, helping the public understand what they might be exposed when going to the beach. And
right.
So that type of information, I can see how that would tie together. I'm not sure if we're ready to tackle modeling public health impacts beyond the environmental exposure.
Yeah, no, I don't think that was the intent here.
Okay.
Mark, how does integration of models work upstream? I mean, there's an implication here. These are models that start at the beach. Is that true?
Yep, that's our view. He's got a different.
Got to start somewhere.
And I wanna just point out before, as we go through this list, this is specific to model development, right? We do touch on aerosols and nutrient cycling, et cetera. But within research, and apart from these 4, we can add additional recommendations in like some of the ones that were kind of gaping holes last time, like something specific about nutrients, like, and the research needed on that topic, apart from, with nothing to do for modeling.
Sure.
So it makes me think when we write this up, is this supposed to be a work plan for FWC or for the state? Or is it supposed to catalyze everybody who works in this space around a common vision of what we want? Because if it's more of the latter, and I think of several research, private and public institutions, do we want them to pick this up and say, this is what the state's needs are, we might invest our own money to address some of these? And if that's the case, then I might be inclined to remove some of the language about who's doing what up front, to remove some of this silo piece and focus on what are the needs, and then and then the second piece is how different institutions are going to play in this space or take a lead space.
Right, yeah, I think we were very cognizant when we did this the first time of sort of trying to identify obvious leads in order to
start.
Right. And, now we may want to take a step back and say, in some cases, there still are obvious state agencies, Department of Health, on public health, for example. But in other cases, like the modeling, we could generalize it. Because it's not a work plan for FWC as much as it is our collective recommendations on where efforts need to be placed. Yes, some of it from the state side. We are advising FWC and the Institute on, what should be done here, and we do use this as we develop projects with partners. Everything we're doing these days fits in here, but it does go beyond that.
Because it makes me think with this one, I could see where you might want to say, we want the short term, because that's going to really help us message with tourism. We want the middle term for this reason. We want the long term to get health impacts. And then people will go, oh, there's a need to do all of these 3 pieces, and I see what the outcome is for each of those pieces.
Right. And I mean, something like this too, hopefully would also inform, and NOAA, if they, on our needs when they put out calls. that type of thing.
Yeah, regardless of.
Right.
Who's, yeah, right.
Yep, I would been thinking that all along, that NOAA would certainly not fund something that Florida did not think was a high priority, unless, it was something that had been left out.
Karen, may I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
Sure, you bring up a great point. This is not intended to be direction to state agencies. This is intended to define the priorities for the state as a geographic entity affected by harmful outbreak. So it really is the larger scale perspective that you laid out there. Really identify priorities important to Florida, regardless of who does the work or where the money comes from. I think it's really what we're looking for from the task force. There's a reason this task force includes federal agencies and non-state entities, and we want it to be a broader perspective.
So that answers both Sherry's initial question, what's the purpose of the whole document, not just modelling, and I did pick up your thought about this time sequence needs to be matched to the needs. There are some short-term needs that are dealt with short-term models, long-term needs with long-term models. Support those two good thoughts.
Aaron, I just want to say, I'm not repeating, but I can just tell you for the interface that I'm in is usually trying to get the money, or trying to tell elected officials, what's this task force doing, where are they, what's next. So as y'all develop this, think about that is a communication tool for me that might get 1 minute with the legislator to explain why we need what we need financially, or what are they doing. So just keep that in mind.
And I'll just follow up, because then in my brain it makes it easier to go, what is the need versus how we are going to get there? Because on each of these we're in a different place and we have a different lead agency, but that sort of may help. The messaging about why from, and we all know, we're more familiar with who's doing what, so that may come naturally. But if the general public wants to pick this up and go, oh, I get that, and then where do I go next? If I want to.
Here, just a quick follow-up. I think a good analogy is what Gil and his team have done relative to the corals. I mean, there's 100 or more people working on it, but until kind of Gil and others kind of said, all right, we're going to herd the proverbial cats. Now everybody kind of knows their lane. I see this kind of similar sort of approach here.
At the risk of going Karen, which I've done quite a bit over the years. I do think it's more important now to lock in on the consensus on the what. I think the how will be a little bit more complicated, and perhaps we need to revisit some of those in a more focused discussion, because that can take some time. The good news is there are resources to apply to priorities that the task force sets, and of course we have partners that are also motivated to assist in any way they can. So the how discussion can be a little bit more involved. But I don't think, can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we don't want to leave here without defining the why, the priorities, the focal.
Right, and then we'll follow our future meeting. We'll follow up with another review and a how discussion and what we can catalyze from here and what's we can hope other people respond to.
Well, and that's where you start matching priorities and capacity and funding. And that's a secondary job. This first job is let's lay out broad policy, which is what this document attempts to do. More comments on this topic? I've tried to catch these various comments and additions. We ready for a quick check off on this one? Seeing nods everywhere. Everybody good? Barb? Trey? You're both good? Okay. Another one. Put to bed. I love it. So the next one up is back to detection, which we may shift in the order. We may put it out. But what do we need to say about what's drafted for detection?
Well, in terms of progress, or what's happened since we wrote this, There are efforts outside of the group and task force and catalyze initiatives. And maybe this is another one that doesn't have to be FWC, but we have invested some of our funding in projects that speak directly to this. And we have invested quite a lot of money in improving, implementing existing capabilities that IFCBs here at the Institute. So we've made some progress, but the need for this, I think, is going to continue to fund U.S. aerosol project. They've made a lot of progress in the last year. I don't have a on the beach aerosol testing kit yet, though. These things take a little more, but it's promising, and I know there are others working on that too. So I think that this is still a need. I don't think it's necessarily a FWC needs to do this need, but I don't think we can check it off the list as done.
And Chuck, if this were moved up in the order, is this addressing that detection versus survey dichotomy that you seem to?
Well, I mean, the dichotomy, I think, is there. I'm not convinced that moving it in the order is the right way to go. I mean, it doesn't matter to me that much. So.
Think about it. If you can suggest something, don't hesitate. Yes, I think it's Barb has her hand up. Quite, I'm sorry, thanks. Quite, go ahead, please.
Should this include detection networks? The idea that, now that we've got these sensors, I mean, some of them, like toxins on the beach, might not be part of a network, but it might. So it's not just the instruments, and the capabilities. It's the connecting them and developing a whole system for observing.
Yeah.
Right.
We're working on.
Easy word would be integration.
Was that part of our integrated ocean monitoring one?
Yeah, I think it crosses over it. Yep.
I think it's already there somewhere else.
Okay.
Andrew?
It's my role to represent the public health community. It's awesome. I mean, I know there's tons of people here for the environmental stuff, but I would like to see something in this, unless it's clearly obvious somewhere else, but detection of biomarkers, exposure biomarkers in humans and animals.
I think that goes into public health research. I mean, we can circle back there because we have research needs for public health on impacts and epidemiological studies, but we don't have that type of research. But I think that's where it belongs.
Could be, but I'm kind of getting a little confused. I mean, this is a much higher level identification of some of these things, so I'm not sure. I don't think you can pigeonhole it in one or the other, but I just want to be sure that support for the development of biomarkers, especially in humans, is a very important element of what we're trying to do in terms of protection of public health.
Diagnostic testing and biomarkers. How would you say it?
Wordsmith it later, but
no, they're not. We're just.
No, it's okay. Just give us a key word. Diagnostic biomarkers.
I don't know if it's diagnostic at this point in time. I mean, just to be identifying levels of exposure and potential response biomarkers.
As opposed to just counting tiny little algae.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. I mean,
So
I understand.
in surveillance, you have public health surveillance, and then you have bloom surveillance that you're trying to identify the onset of bloom. So there's that detection, that surveillance, and then there's the public health detection, or maybe it's in the birds, or there's other forms of detection other than just in the water. So how do you capture surveillance detection for surveillance, right?
Right.
Public health, wildlife, whatever.
I think that's all going to go into health. And maybe we need to expand that category. But I think that we recognize each one of these. Every one of these recommendations has like 2 or 3 symbols next to it because they all
Oh, yeah.
related
Oh,
to
yeah.
each other. This one applies to management, well, this one also applies to public health, this is a public health need, but it also applies to research. Like, that will be expressed again, but I think, okay, and maybe we just more explicitly call research, you know, ecological, it has to do with the blooms itself. I think public health is its own big category, and that's where that stuff belongs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could accept that, that if this is really specifically related to ecological and environmental monitoring and modeling.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, I mean, that's where it was in our first round, so.
And
I think
this is a question, let me try and interpret it if I may. This is a question of use of the document. That if Gil or Eric or Mark are going to take this to a legislator and say, we need $1 million for this quickly, it needs to be tight and concise and easily visible. At the same time, for the bigger picture, this whole document, I can see a diagram here. I think in pictures, in fact, I would say the document is a bit short of diagrams, as a personal input. I can see a great big picture showing all these linkages, saying these are not separate items. It's back to Barb's silo point, that not only the modelling, but the whole effort cannot be siloed. It has to be integrated. So perhaps that's a task for a future iteration, is to demonstrate, possibly visually, where these connections lie, which will satisfy both ends of it. It gives the prominence for political, practical use, and it gives the integration that we all understand is to be. David. You should have stopped me. I'm putting content in. You should say, shut up.
I mean, for your elevator speech, I like to have health somewhere in there, and that really grabs people's attention, too. So.
Well, okay. Let me remind you, we're going backwards. Health is the first thing that we cover in this document.
Yes.
But I'm seeing.
You can't have too much health, can you?
I'm seeing that
Be
this
too healthy.
position of health, this item, will satisfy Andrew and actually might be of utility. Take it under advisement.
Yes, I'm good.
Sherry.
I'll ditto, I think, a little bit of what Andy is saying. When you look at these, research management and communications are very functional.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's one piece that's content oriented. There might be some merits into moving that public health piece into the areas where they are, because we might be just as interested in the impact on our iconic species that may resonate with one person. How are these affecting manatees? We have a big picture of Goliath grouper. So do we want, when researchers are thinking of research, to know, maybe fleshing it out more, we want research that encompasses the whole suite of impacts to remind people that we are doing this because these events impact quite a broad suite of sciences. And if we're going to go out and collect, be mindful that we want you to collect for these things. So I get why we did the public health then, but now I get if we want to reach a bunch of audiences, when someone's picking it up going, what do they want to do in research? They should know this is wildlife, this is tourism, this is business planning, this is health, this is for all of these reasons. So I'm torn right now about the value of having it stand out separately.
So we're almost having a separate discussion. I mean, this topic is on the detection topic, but Andrew suggested it had more, health needed to have a little more focusing. And we do also have a whole section on health, which I'm hearing Sherry saying might need to be redistributed, which is a pretty big change in the document.
Well, that's that's why I want to divert just for a second to that, because it definitely, we need to settle that now. If we're going to come back with a draft for you all to review. And I appreciate what you're saying, and then I tend to agree. But what that would be is taking public health out as its own thing and having, within each of the remaining areas, like a health section. Research related to health, management related to health, communications related to health. I mean, it can stand up inside each of those as well. We need to decide if we want to do that now, because that's going to be too hard to undo or redo later in the year.
Okay, I have Chuck on this topic, and then this is Barbara. Okay. Chuck first. Barb.
Same tags are switched.
So, I mean, my thinking is that we might just need to revisit these headings. Because, I mean, research was the one we picked, but we probably can narrow that a little bit. And then perhaps as subheadings, try to do this thing about, which may capture the short-term, medium-term, long-term. What is it we don't know, as it were? So, each of these things will have things we need to find out. What do we do know that we can apply better? And then, what's the long-term goal?
Okay. Aaron?
Yeah, so I obviously appreciate Andy's interest in public health being sprinkled throughout the document, and I think adding it here and there is a good idea, but I really don't want to pull out having public health as its own section. I think there will be people, the medical community will read the document when they see a major heading is public health, whereas if it's just sprinkled throughout the entire document, I think it will lose the impact to that audience.
Okay, Barb, that's very helpful. I have Gil and then Jill, and I'm going to try and wrap this one up. Gil?
Well, as somebody who gets called Jill on a regular basis.
Gil, then Jill.
And I say, no, that's Jill's issue, that's not my issue. Well, it occurs to me, and I know that this layout of the document was very carefully thought out, but the research category clearly cuts across all of these issues. And one of the difficult things in communicating the role of the task force to policymakers is research versus applied work. Of course, all of this work is applied, it's just in the context of work that's focused on finding out what we don't know is termed more researchy. In this document, we tend to put enhancement of monitoring networks under research, for example. I would suggest that these three categories, public health, communications, management response, perhaps with management and response expanded to include detection, would be enough to characterize the scope, and that research elements be housed under these specific categories, because each of these categories has research needs. Just a suggestion, it may upend your whole operation. It may cause parent to walk out of the meeting. But just from a clarity standpoint, I think, and I run a research institute, so I understand, we tend to create a category for research where we can capture all this stuff. But I think embedding it in the specific items and thinking about how they relate to those specific items is a thought process worth going through.
Okay, I've captured that here. Jill?
Yeah, I'm just going to piggyback off of Barb, because I think if I remember correctly, the reason why we kept like public health separate and not sprinkled through the document is so it didn't get lost in the importance. And we had a lot of discussions about wildlife ecosystem impacts. And then there was a lot of like confusion as like, well, should this focus on the wildlife impacts, the ecosystem impacts, or the public health impacts? And so I think that's how we got to the public health as a standalone and research as its standalone, instead of it getting lost, I guess, within the document.
Andrew?
And I would agree. I think it's really important to keep the public health part of it separate and its own, that's very obvious what it is. What I'm concerned about is people read it, if it's not specifically say health in some of these other areas, they're going to lose that connection, or it won't be an iterative encouragement to include health in some of these.
And Charles?
So from what I'm hearing at the moment, we might want to have another section called integration. So no matter how we carve this up, and we'll have to carve it up to make it make sense. But we want to find a way to bring it back together. That's probably where we're the weakest. So yeah, not so much doing stuff, it's pulling it together.
So David, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just quick, so under the public health that we already went through, the first one is research health impact.
Exactly, that's what I was.
And so it's, it simply says identify specific research needs. Under research, it's calling out the types. It doesn't call it out under the health, but it's really the same thing. It's just not called out.
So what I think I've heard here, you tell me if I've heard it correctly, is that initial concern was that health was getting diluted out of the program a little bit. But then in response to that, looking at does the whole document need reorganizing, there seem to be three possibilities, and they're all mutually compatible. They're not exclusive. We could make the headings a little more descriptive and clear. That would help. I think Barbara's idea that we need to keep health as a section to give it the focus that the medical community and health people will see, but add it elsewhere in other parts so that it becomes integral in research communications and elsewhere. And finally, Gil's rather radical suggestion, don't redistribute health, redistribute research, which is quite a big change. Maybe premature at this stage of the document. Would be okay to say that. You can always do that. It would be just a reformatting job once you've got all your health topics aligned correctly to redistribute them.
Strategically, I think it's a good idea because people sadly kind of frown on when you say we need to do more research. Like if you're tying it back to the management or if you're tying it back to the actual need for public health, for communications. I'd say we can, I don't know how everybody else feels about that. Like I want to finish the research recommendations and then we can see how that would work if we were going to do that, like where they would fall. It would.
Okay, so let's try and wrap this little topic up because I think we're almost there. That in answer to the question, does the document need reorganization? First answer is not immediately right now here. Down the line in the next iteration, possibly, with 4 possible things to look at the headings, to add health as a specific topic under research, which Andy requested, to think about redistributing the research, and they're not mutually exclusive, and finally to have some demonstration of the integrated nature of this in a diagram or a picture or a statement of some sort. All 4 of those could be done at the same time. Does that solve? Barbara, Barbara, you can't see this, but I just said it and I'm seeing a thumbs up from one of you and the other one.
Okay.
Is that generally, so that puts this little subsection to bed, right?
So now back to the detention. No.
Excellent. Okay. That leads us back then, and I'm looking at the time. When were we supposed to break for a break?
Now, are we, can we wrap detection?
That's my question.
Yeah.
Is there any more on detection?
We've noted the biomarker addition, which, will factor in as we consider the format of the revised document. Is there anything else about that recommendation?
Why don't we break for coffee and think about it and just open it up for a little additional input if necessary?
That sounds good.
But for now, say it's not completely put to bed, but we're almost there on detection. Is that comfortable for everyone? Why don't we break now then? And we've got 15 minutes. Mm-hmm. So let's come back at 11 for initially further discussion on detection, and then we'll move forward from there as we need. Great.
That's
Good.
right on schedule.
Okay, everybody's back?
That's really nice.
Barb, can you hear
Where
us?
are the signage?
Barb, Kay, you're both back with us?
Yep, I can hear you.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, any radical thoughts about break?
I think the real-time part might need to be adjusted slightly. If we're gonna roll in the kind of background level monitoring that I was talking about earlier.
And it's not adequately covered at the moment?
Well, real-time moves it into a kind of a...
It's very specific, yeah.
A rather narrow box if
Yeah.
we're gonna make detection cover all of that other.
Let me just research detection. And you're saying we need to think about real-time detection?
Well,
We focused on real-time detection, and our conversation has kind of broadened it a little bit.
Okay, so broaden to more than real-time.
Right.
Any detection. Real time or otherwise.
Okay, any other general agreement? That's a necessary change? Thumbs up, I'm seeing, Jill?
I was gonna say, I know it says air and water, also seafood safety, and there's a lot of talk about like the public being concerned about seafood safety in these blooms. Maybe add in seafood detection in seafood as well, or the food chain or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so something beyond air and water. So what else would you add? Certainly seafood, or a consideration of seafood. What else? Anything? It doesn't. We already added the idea that we need to think about biomarkers in humans and animals. So we picked that bit up. Seafood, of course, that's not all animals, but let's make it specific to the health issue. That gosh, can you think of the consequences of scallops being toxic or something like that? It'd be a disaster, couldn't it? Okay, good point. Anything else? If not, can we do a check off on this one? In the interest of saving a little bit of my paper, I'm just going to keep this one going. So we're still on research. We're moving to number 4, which is strategies for mitigation. And just to tell you that before the break, Leanne and I thought that if once we get this one wrapped up, we should do 2 things. We can fit them in before lunch. One is that we should address this question of the order of these 4, which Chuck originally raised at the beginning of the meeting, and just have a quick discussion, see if we can't nail that down. So, really, this is a quick reshuffle that would meet the need. And the second thing is, are there any absolutely new topics that need to be added into this other than these 4? So we'll deal with that once we finish this one. But with that, what do you want to say about mitigation strategies? Nothing? Right. That's a really quick check.
I mean, it could stand.
Andy and then Leanne.
He receives strategies for mitigation seems to be on controlling blooms, but is mitigation strategies that relate to humidation that would mitigate health impacts or maybe some other impacts as well. So I would like to somehow
Mitigation at the moment is focused on the algae itself and reducing it, but also focusing on mitigation of impact.
Yes.
Particularly health.
I agree with Andy about that, but I also add a voice of caution here, and I think Quay may want to weigh in as well. At the national level, we created this program on prevention, control, and mitigation, and every few years they have a call and there's a competition. And what's been happening is that there are wonderful things that fall under mitigation or prevention that are attractive, that get good reviews, and that the control, the controversial, the difficult ones have not been well funded. So that by lumping everything together, by lumping mitigation and including prevention and monitoring is prevention, right? Monitoring is mitigation. You can take money away from what I thought this topic is supposed to address, is really putting money at what a lot of the people in the state of Florida, what a lot of the legislators want, which is do something about it. Not just study it, not just tell people that it's here, but do something.
And that was coming back to Eric and I think Mark's comments earlier about actually intervening and having that. How do we catch that? Give me a bullet point for that.
I just be careful not to dilute the funding for direct bloom control.
Right.
With activities that could be covered under management and response, for example, or something else, for detection.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say it stands, although we may want to modify it, like alone as a, maybe we change it to strategies for control and mitigation, or control, and then mitigation of impacts, we can add as a separate bullet there or somewhere else, but keeping this separate. And just, it's very specific. We were pretty specific in a lot of our recommendations. Like, do we want to continue to explicitly call out remote initiative and other partners, or just generalize it? No, you want to leave that?
Well, that one is targeted towards bloom control. It's very much what's needed.
And technology development.
David has a comment.
I was just going to say that the if the mitigation and there being any kind of public health aspect of, changing how people behave, mitigation, that's kind of captured in the communications portion about communicating risk, hazard, and other key information, blah, blah, blah. So if we're trying to keep this one specific to mitigation, as in the treatment of blooms, I think we still pick up the other portion related to mitigation through changing how people behave in the communication portion.
So that might be the solution. That maintains the focus on bloom control, which has strategic for funding that, but doesn't overlook the fact that there's other areas where changing behavior or distribution of people and creatures results. Thanks, Dave. That's real good.
So I'm not, just to make sure we're saying the same thing. I'm supportive of keeping this focus on control, because those have very different meanings to some folks. And keeping it on control, just starting with the second half of the sentence, really, because we don't, again, we want to incentivize private investment in these spaces too. And so the point is, we just need more research on control at all scales. Now it turns out we have a public investment. The how, again, is we have this mechanism to support that research in place now. But there are also other private entities attempting to do the same thing, and we'd want them to go. That's where we fit in first.
Okay, so in fact, is this one of those labelling issues that Chuck drew our attention to at the beginning? That this topic topic number 4 should be strategies for bloom control, and make it very specific, yes, noting that other forms of mitigation for the public health and so forth are covered in communication and elsewhere, bearing in mind our whole earlier discussion about redistributing these things. Yep. So that's a big change. I'm going to put that one in red.
But Sherry, I'm also hearing you like reword this to generalize it to like.
You want to make other partners more explicit? Say other partners, including private industry.
to me, they kind of all start with the objective to do this.
Right.
Then how we do this and what agencies are doing this is the next.
Test strategies and approach, yeah. So.
Okay, Barbara, I've got you.
We're asking for support to do this kind of work. And it could be, by the initiative and others. I don't think it has to be partners of them. I think that, that's what you're saying.
It's simply testing approaches and strategies for controlling blooms at multiple scales. That's what we're saying is needed.
Right.
Now, a way to do that.
I'm going to turn that into a sentence, but yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm a little reluctant to pull out mitigation. There's been a standard at the national office. It's been mitigation and control for prevention, mitigation, and control, PCM. It's a national program. I kind of like to get Quay's thoughts because I just think we want to be, compatible with the national program as well. Quay, what are your thoughts?
Well, I have mixed feelings. I will say, in disagreement with Don, that prevention is actually the one that has gotten the least funding because we just don't know how to prevent them. But that aside, a lot of money goes into mitigation, and I agree that because of the detection is an early warning is mitigation. So where do you draw the line in this particular category for mitigation? What things are included in 4 that are not included in 2 or 3? Or some of the other things down here, management, etc. So I don't know whether you need to state specifically that mitigation is covered in other areas so that it doesn't get lost, but I could see focusing this on control. Get it over with, basically.
This doesn't preclude us from having a separate one on mitigation, so they don't get muddled.
And we're going to ask you, do we need an additional topic? So perhaps we already know. In a minute, we'll bring that back up and say, let's have another one for mitigation. Because they are somewhat different. I mean, in terms of just the pure English of them, they have slightly different meanings.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
But I'm nervous about mitigation getting lost, I guess, if we don't have a separate category for it.
Okay, so two things then. Did I hear you correctly that there is already an existing hierarchy of terms used in national programs that we should try and mirror?
PCM, prevention, control, and mitigation.
Okay. That is prevention, control, and mitigation. So our document should probably look somewhat similar. And we've said what we're talking about now is control of blooms, and we intend to add a section about mitigation
and prevention,
and possibly prevention. But does that settle the control strategies discussion for now? We all understand this is about directly reducing the number of algal cells. So it would fall back on water quality and nutrient inputs and so forth and so on. That magic little spritzer of Karina be gone. Would all just disappear, right?
No, well, that's prevention that you're talking about. And control is actually once the bloom has occurred, how do you stop it?
Okay,
and I think this should say strategies for bloom control should be the topic, as opposed, so it could be then later strategies for mitigation of impacts.
Well, I'm going to jump in. Let's just remember that these little summary words Perrin added just to help focus our thinking. They weren't actually in the document.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
very good point.
We'll keep that terminology in mind when we do revisions.
Good point. Thank you.
All got lost.
Never let your facilitator lead you too far astray. Okay, but still on this topic then. talking about strategies for bloom control, which you all agreed is the correct way of expressing this. Other than the fact that we need funding to test it and approach it, perhaps needs rewording. This section probably needs rewording in the light of any new sections that we introduce. Would that be the correct way to think about it? So let's just note that as probably a major rewrite for this paragraph that can be done separately. Is that good? Don?
We've also talked as a group about the regulatory environment for fostering that type of control research. I've had meetings with people here where I say, what laws, what
We have updates on that front, and we'll get to that in the management section.
Under management.
We get to it?
It's in the management section, and Dave's going to fill us in.
Okay. Good. Are we ready to put bloom control strategies to bed and open the floor for additional topics, one of which we've already identified, which is work 2, protection and mitigation, and a clearer understanding of what the sequence of difference between those is?
Yeah, I guess that'll because those are, right now I would say control is squarely in the research. Mitigation is not, that's going to be research, management, like we're going to have
Communication.
we're going to mitigate.
Another of those distributed.
Communication is mitigation. Yeah, it's going to be, I don't know that I see a PCM neatly fitting in the way we have it organized now, but.
Well, let's just bring them up as topics and get some bullet points, just so we've got something to work
right.
with. And then how they get placed in the document is the task ahead of us. Is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's do just that then. We'll say, okay, we've got this one. And now the sensible thing to do is open up for new topics. And the first one is protection.
Prevention.
Prevention.
I don't actually think we have a whole lot to say on that subject at this point, unless you want to get into the nutrient issues. And is that something we want to address?
Well, I think it's something we have to. I'm sorry, I'm terrible at raising.
Go ahead.
I think
you can do whatever you want.
I think it's something we have to address this time. Well, I don't know if it falls under prevention necessarily, but it needs to be added to the document. And there's research components, and there's management components, I would guess.
Yeah.
You'll just.
It will fit under both, and how we. David?
For that specific one, for nutrient control, obviously, in your shore water, nutrients are going to affect blooms and all. But if we're talking about prevention, you're just going to want to be careful. You're not making some kind of claim that if we do nutrient control, we're going to prevent red tide.
Yeah,
it's just not happening.
So we need. So what other elements of prevention they need to be thrown up there?
For red tide, it's really not clear, that there is any.
I don't want to answer that question. but when I look at our first 3, surveys, modeling, detection, those are all collecting environmental data that would allow us to get to prevention, right? We have real-time detection that allows us to help with seafood. We're doing surveys that give us information. When we get to modeling and we're putting the pieces together, if I'm a Mark Rains, I want nutrient information that goes into that. That will give us one step toward prevention, right? So each of these data streams allows us to answer different questions and develop better policy across. So I think we get prevention that way. If we do some of this, we're going to allow us to, not us, researchers to answer those questions about how we could possibly get to prevention. So if we reorder these and we add the taglines like what this gives us, we can say this will get us closer to understanding the system and creating better policy.
Have I kept either of our two outside people waiting for an unconscionably long time? Okay, just I have a note on my pad here that says Barbara, so I need to cross it off. Okay, who was next?
For cyanobacteria blooms, scale can be conducive to prevention, but for red tide, scale often seems to be outside of bounds for prevention, and kind of puts you in the
I would
controls.
be wary of putting that word in there at all.
That's my problem, is scale, specifically for red tide.
Give me a word, Helen. Go ahead.
I don't know if this is worth mentioning. So the all along the whole issue of not knowing the life cycle of Corynea and whether there is a cyst form or not, and is that worth even mentioning? And I say that with great hesitation because I know that a lot of people have thought about this and have gotten nowhere, and maybe it is not answerable at this point.
So just for my clarification, is that a new topic or is this included under a strategy?
It would be under prevention. It would be research for prevention because understanding the life, well, I don't know, it could fit under almost anything in a way.
I've written down life cycle information gaps. Mark.
So I wonder if you should clarify what you mean by prevention, because the goal isn't to prevent red tide from existing.
Before it happens,
Well, right, but I mean, like that organism plays a role in the structure and function of normal ocean processes, right? So the goal isn't to eradicate Corynea brevis from existence. The goal is to prevent something. I think you should be clear about what that something is. It's a harmful algal bloom that of some magnitude. I know it gets kind of squishy because, but it's a harmful algal bloom of some magnitude that has some consequence that we'd like to prevent. And I think you should be real clear about what that means, because it comes to over-promising. I'm just drawn to this, but what you said a minute ago, Dave. If you over-promise, then you guarantee failure. We're never going to get rid of it, and we don't even want to. What we want to do is
freshwater folks have looked at this in some detail with some of the freshwater blooms that I'm familiar with. Yeah, good point.
I don't see the need to mirror like the full complement of the federal program, because that's for all HABs. And
yeah, I agree.
And preventing specific things is basically mitigation. Like, we want to, minimize or prevent the impacts.
Right.
Yep.
So we can have a mitigation that will kind of get there.
So, I'm sorry.
So mitigating blooms is probably a limited target, but minimizing impact is something that might be addressed.
I'm trying to understand what you just said, Leanne. Are you suggesting not this at all, like
drop prevention?
Like the word prevention is not going to be in there.
But I guess I'm more interested in
like
Sherry was saying, like it would be nice if I could hang on to something about reducing runoff.
Mitigation. Yeah, so we have we have bloom control, and now we need some topics that have to do with the impacts of the bloom. And that, to prevent public illnesses, so on that, we're preventing impacts by,
So you're saying you could bring nutrient management, let's just say as a possible component into the mitigation component, because it happens, and you'd like us to focus on reducing nutrient flux to coastal waters, because that would minimize the bloom and therefore mitigate the impacts.
Yeah.
Okay. As long as it's somewhere in there that
let's put that
there's
down.
a touchstone back to the fact that we can and do play a role.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. No. And I think so from a nutrient standpoint, in terms of where that, that's lacking in our first document, because the blue-green algal task force were in the throes of deep discussions on that at that point. And we wanted to let that process unfold and see where we ended up. And so maybe, in terms of reducing, nutrient impacts, maybe we circle back to the recommendations of the Blue-Green Algal Task Force and, you know, again, support their recommendations or try to like make additional progress on that front from a management standpoint. From a management standpoint, I think there's something to add about more coordinated or you know, better monitoring for nutrients across the watersheds and like adding some kind of a monitoring component or integrated monitoring component. And then in, you know, in terms of the research, there's a need to understand better, you know, what each of the components brings to a red tide. Recycled nutrients, nutrient inputs, different types. I mean, there's a lot of research that's been done, and there's more that needs to be done.
Give me a key word for what you just said. Sorry, I just...
Yeah, just nutrients. Like where that was a deliberate but gaping hole in our first document, and we need to figure out where that goes. And certainly some of it's going under research.
I'm Kate Perrin.
Go ahead, Kate.
I just was wondering if maybe introducing a new word to this resiliency might be a way to tie together some of these different concepts and to also introduce some new ways of thinking about how to, again, pull together some of these different ways of thinking and also try to drive some new areas of research.
Sort of along the lines of, we're not going to get rid of this stuff. It's been around forever and it's going to be around long enough to work on.
True.
But minimizing the direct, serious economic impacts sort of leads us in a more...
So to me, the life cycle, all of this, when we say long-term bloom dynamics, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I think that's getting a little overly specific, but yeah.
So where are we at with
That's
this
a how.
prevention topic? Having brought it up and discussed it, are we ready to say, no, it really doesn't need to be added as a fifth component? Or alternatively, do we leave it as a placeholder and say, this needs some more thought? It's not something we can, it's brand new thought and we can't wing it just before lunch. It needs to be carefully thought about and developed and brought back in draft form at another stage. Or do you want to try and do it now? What do you want to do with this?
I personally think any kind of discussion about the nutrient control and all that, that goes under mitigation and control, not prevention. And that prevention is just outside the box for red tide.
And mitigation, have we got mitigation and control somewhere else in the document?
We have control. Mitigation, why don't you just change prevention to mitigation?
There you go.
Yeah. Sweet, under mitigation?
Yeah.
Which is already in the document somewhere?
No.
You're going to change
that would be
prevention
the
to
next
mitigation.
new one you would have come to. So.
Number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're sort of saying prevention was an interesting thought, but probably beyond our immediate reach, although it brought up some interesting topics for discussion. But what we really need to say is, no, let's talk about mitigation. That's a more realistic approach, possibly within reach.
And then mitigation crosses out of research too. I mean, it's like that's a whole new topic. Do we view it through the lens of research and management when we get there, or do we cover it all?
Oh, I see us descending into the can of worms.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, really. I mean, it's an important topic, but we don't want to derail our whole thrust of a document with a lot of background.
So just maybe to capture the fact that we probably don't want to prevent algal blooms, period, which is kind of what Mark said. We might want to state that more clearly, that, you know, the goal of all this is not to prevent them, it's to, you know, try not to exacerbate them.
Well, you know, management, for example, is using mitigation strategies, but you have to develop the mitigation strategies. And so I still think you need a fifth category that's the development of the mitigation strategies. And we've basically just split mitigation into control and then is 4, and 5 should be mitigation.
Is that broad enough to encompass, mitigating public health impacts through communication, et cetera, or is it strictly minimizing the impacts of an ongoing bloom, like more technically?
Well, for example, a project that I think of as mitigation is the project where Mike Parsons was looking at different methods of fish disposal, cleanup and disposal. You need to know which methods are going to work before you actually implement them. And that doesn't come under public health. It doesn't come under other things. So you sort of have to test out these mitigation strategies.
Yeah, I'll echo that. One that's kind of, I guess, bothered me, for lack of a better word. Different counties do different things about how they rake the dead fish off the beach, or if they rake the dead fish off the beach. Do you do it by hand? Do you do it with tractors? And that's a research. What's the best way to get the dead fish off the beach? And every county does it a little bit differently. And there's got to be a preferred method, I guess, but we don't know that.
Comments, thoughts, response?
Yeah, there's other kinds of mitigation that are covered under specific management and communications, but even developing them, some of them might come under research.
Does that help us untangle this?
I think that does untangle it, that we don't know we don't have a best practices for mitigation strategies. That's what we need to research.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to figure out a way to say that broadly. That can be how to clean up the dead fish, which type of mask should I wear on the beach, what's the best way to treat a sick bird.
And so if that's the case, where does the ultimate causes intervention? Nutrient flows, that sort of thing, and some of which apparently out of our control. Can't do much about dust from Africa or
Right.
There are scaling issues there that are very difficult to deal with.
And I think we need to keep nutrient, whether it be control or management. If a particular nutrient is feeding one type of bloom that then feeds red tide, we need to know how that works.
Sorry, my brain stopped working. Say that again for me.
Nutrient management, I don't know how else to say it. Nutrient control or management. Because if we can control a specific nutrient that in that line of progression.
Yeah, maybe particularly at early bloom interventions.
This new stuff is getting messy.
That's all right. We were working off a fixed document that was fairly clear that we were critiquing, and now we're moving out into new ground. So it's bound to be a little fuzzy, but that's okay. Let's use it as a sort of an informal brainstorming idea thing from which we might be able to distill out 1 or 2 new topics that enhance the overall product. So I'm feeling, even though it's a little bit difficult, I'm feeling okay with this discussion. But as soon as you want to stop it, tell me and we'll stop.
Just trying to envision how this is going to go, but we can talk about that later. Organize like where all these pieces will fit.
Well, question,
It's just good to capture what we think needs to be included.
just putting on my general public's hat, can the task force be aspirational in its goals and objectives, or does it have to be really practical? Can you throw a couple of things in and say, well, how the hell to do this, but it'd be a great thing to do if we could address it and have it on the map at least for future consideration. Rick?
I think one applicable engine of this would be preparing a document of current ways of disposing of fish, how each county is doing that, and let's take a look at that. Some type of
That's a very specific.
Yeah, that's a like a detailed how, and would be part of a plan, like a response plan.
Okay, just an idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting, it's come up twice.
Okay.
So this fish
Well, that's the
disposal
big issue of the day right now.
Out the window.
A little bit down in the weeds, but on that fish removal, there's probably an open area for developing new techniques to do that. I don't. That's kind of where my head is today, trying to figure out, commercial fishermen, can they change their equipment? There's not an army you can deploy like. If we could, we'd be doing it right now.
Well, new techniques and economic opportunities.
Yeah.
It's something that could actually pay for itself instead of being a burden.
And we go there at the end of this document. That was Dwayne's thought process, that it does bring a whole new industry to the state. Like we're looking for, it's very entrepreneurial.
It's actually a very old industry. The state's been producing phosphorus out of the ground for 100 years. We're just bypassing 15 million years of evolution to get it directly in place. Sorry. Excuse me.
I mean, I think I need to digest this a little bit, and unless there's something specific.
Okay, so let's try and summarize where we're at. We started thinking there was a new topic that needed to be added about prevention, and we talked about a few specific things: controlling nutrients, life cycle gaps in the organism itself that are brought to our attention. But then we said, really, prevention's not the goal. That's really not sensible. We should think more about mitigation, and we've developed a few ideas, sort of open-ended ideas about where that might lead, but we're clearly not there yet in terms of having this cooked. I think we could end it there if you wanted. You said, look, we've got it on the table. It's a drafting job for the future for somebody to sit down with these rough notes and make a crisp 200-word, here's what this really means. Is that a sufficient solution for now?
I think so. I just don't want it to go too long. Yeah.
Okay, so let's
move on.
Let's close it. I'm not going to put a check mark on this one. Okay. I'm going to say this one's not cooked yet.
Okay.
But we've got a framework to start cooking it. Okay. So that was number 5. Was there there were 2 things we said we might want to develop. What were they? Oh, I should have written them down, damn it.
We had control above that. Right?
Yeah.
Well, I mentioned the thing that about communication strategies, developing communication strategies, but that may be included under communications. I just pointed out that that is a mitigation strategy, is developing better communications techniques. That may be what you're thinking.
Well, yeah, I think that's a goal. That's the why the communication bullet exists, and maybe that just needs to be clear. That like this, accomplishing those things is a way to mitigate, will help minimize impacts.
Can we put that in a holding pattern and pick it up when we get to that topic?
Sure.
What is it? Mitigation? Communications.
Communication as mitigation.
As mitigation. On mitigation. Okay. So are there any other new topics? 6th thing that needs research attention that isn't included somewhere under our current thinking, bearing in mind that we do actually have a 6th research thing under health impacts already. So it's somewhere else, but that one's on the table already. Is there some new research focus that we've overlooked somehow? Either some element of the problem that wasn't evident before that needs to be examined, or perhaps some new approach that needs to be applied, satellite imagery or something, I don't know.
There was a lot we didn't cover in the first one, and that was deliberate. There were constraints on limitation on time, and also wanting to make sure that what was in here were like the things we needed to move the needle the most in terms of how we respond and what we know about red tide. Some of the things that didn't make it into it, well, nutrients, for the reason we explained, impacts on fish and wildlife, because we know a lot, or there's a lot being done, and, is that something that would take priority over some of the other strategies? And at the time, my thought was no, but I'm wondering if we need to roll it in here now because it was a glaring omission. We deliberately tabled it, and is it time to put it in there?
Is that a yes or a no, or has everybody got such low blood sugar they can't respond?
Would one reason to include it, and is the recent work that has shown that possibly birds might provide early warning, offshore birds, but that seems like a pretty narrow topic.
It is, but that's like, wildlife as sentinels.
Yeah.
And it's not just birds. We often get reports of, dead fish in live wells or offshore fish kills, preceding a coastal bloom.
I don't know that we need another individual topic in research, but this trophic level interaction is really important. And of course, it's not red tide, but we see it over on Indian River Lagoon with manatees.
Right.
And so when you start thinking about, the sequential decline of an ecosystem, starting at the microplanktonic level, I think we'd be really remiss not to have something embedded somewhere, in surveys. We're very specific about, the cross-shelf, coastal and offshore, but maybe we need to be a little bit more explicit. I don't know that we need to have wildlife as a specific one. Nutrients, no question, that's the one thing we can manage and should be managing is nutrients. But this whole trophic level change that we're seeing is really important. I think we leave a hole. You asked, I'm going to jump in, you said aspirational. The one thing we don't address in this, and maybe it's still premature, but I personally don't think so, is I don't think we ever mentioned climate change ever in that original document.
We do once.
Under modeling.
Actually, we did mention it once, so we were really careful. I remember our discussion.
Well, the term has been under some...
But, if you think about the large-scale temperature impacts, changes in currents and systems, changes in large-scale, decadal patterns in weather, precipitation, I think maybe we need to give that a little more attention somewhere.
We did mention scale somewhere, the need for big scale.
So just to tie into what you're talking about and what Kate said, maybe ecological resiliency. I mean, how many fish kills can we have in a bay?
That's good. That would bring it all together.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a lot of discussion at that meeting yesterday about whether or not, Tampa Bay was about to become the next IRL.
Yeah.
Well, I'm tired of hearing them say, we don't want to become...
Right. You don't be the poster child.
And I guess...
Word of the day.
I guess another thing that's not included that's wrapped up in this is fisheries impacts. Which, if these events like the low oxygen are more frequent, which we don't know that they are, the fisheries impacts could continue or worsen.
Yeah,
and all these dead fish.
It's already had significant. I mean, with closing the snook fishery and things like that, it's had significant.
I feel like that's something we're looking at. It's not it's not like a unaddressed need, priority need. We have a lot of people looking at that, so I don't know.
Eric, was your hand floating there?
I prefer to go.
In terms of answering the question, do we have monitoring systems in place to detect and understand impacts to fisheries? The answer is yes. So in terms of a survey or detecting those, I think we have systems in place to do that.
We're recommending, we're trying to identify gaps and needs and make recommendations to address those. So I don't, it's a question, but I think we're doing what we need to do.
So, I think politically, the big issue for us, all of us, is the fisheries impact right now. I mean, that's what I'm going crazy with over here. And Gil and I have talked about, there are ways that maybe we can enhance what we're currently doing for this area. Incorporating somehow, some way, useful citizen science, I think would go a long way. Because I think there's a lot of people that will read this document and they're going to want to know what you're doing too, right? And seeing themselves as part of the solution is important. Again, you know what I mean? I'm thinking politically. So, but it's a big deal. That's what I'm getting blown up over right now.
So we've got this, what's developing to be a sixth topic, which is reaching out beyond Carina ecology. It's a research topic, and it seems to be broadly looking at wildlife issues at many levels. We haven't actually given it a title yet. But David?
I think one thing that does tie a lot of these together is that the whole coastal resiliency, climate change, nutrients, because a lot of the things that are going to happen for coastal resiliency will affect how nutrients are being delivered to the waters, having to redo infrastructure, all these different things. So perhaps
is this sixth
using
research
that
topic?
and looking for synergies between where coastal resiliency and this type of the red tide research, where they intersect and you know.
So is that the
may have
title of this topic, or is it
cross-benefits.
another bullet point within the topic?
I think it might be the title of the topic.
But as an overarching concept.
Well, we didn't, our recommendations don't really have these subtitles that we're working with now. But that would be like the intent. I mean, that term would work its way into the recommendation as the goal with some examples.
Yep.
Well, it does a couple of things. It broadens the scope beyond microorganisms and fish and the immediate marine environment, which I think some of the academic community will probably welcome as an opportunity for funding and research. So there's some practical things. The citizen science element is something that might be developed.
So the question is, how does this, in modeling, to me this was all wrapped up in modeling because we say, and their impacts. So to me now we're kind of drilling into the why you create certain types of models to do certain types of things.
So are you suggesting all this should be subsumed under?
Not necessarily. I'm just trying to draw the boundaries between why we have something that's just modeling.
Mm-hmm.
How is that modeling and the impacts? How is that different than this impact? Because to me, if we flushed out and their impacts with the modeling, we would get here.
I guess it depends what sort of ecosystem view you take. I mean, as we were talking about modelling, and it's up on the wall behind you there, I think we were talking about what happens to the algae, what happens to the nutrients in the ocean, perhaps stepping as far as what happens to the immediate things they kill, but we sort of stopped there. We ignored all of Mark's interest upstream in terms of modelling, which probably is not a good idea in the long
So maybe it's removing the and their impacts at the end of that sentence.
Maybe so.
And then this is the impacts piece.
Possibly.
And
People think about it.
I don't think that we ignored marks. If you say nutrient input, you've got to model. You got to model upstream. But I think coastal resiliency. I mean, you could apply that to the economics. What are the economic bounce back from these red tide blooms? So, I don't think this is a modeling issue. It's more of a recovery issue.
So a set of additional topics that aren't covered in the current document expand the scope, broaden it considerably, open possibilities for research and funding. Seems like a good one on the face of it. Sorry? Eric, I'm sorry.
Not to take you off track, but you asked a question, Dwayne touched on it, but to this group be aspirational, I just throw this out there for food for thought on what you're crafting here. Just imagine that you have $1 billion, okay, that you have to get out the door, you have to spend, and this is going to be basically where you're going to direct that $1 billion. Limitless resources, so that what would you do first? What would be 10? What would be 20? Just think in those terms. I think that's the aspirational aspect of it. We'll find money. Just knowing where to put it is important.
Sort of has a deja vu feeling of the oil money.
Yeah.
10 years ago.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are people comfortable then with the sixth topic, which for the time being has a holding title of coastal resiliency? It's quite diverse, but it lifts us up away from the immediate biology of Karenia and stretches out tentacles to different levels of the research world. Is everybody good with that? Have we overlooked health in this resiliency issue, or is that sufficiently covered elsewhere?
Can't have too much help.
Well, okay. So we've put some new topics under research that include mitigation and coastal resiliency. So I think as we go through communications management and response in public health, we have to kind of remember that those have been added, and is there aspects of those things that naturally fall into those categories too.
Let me put that on the
because it has a research. Go for it, Quay, sorry.
Yeah, it's complicated. You have to come back, though, to there's the research and then there's the doing whatever you've researched was the best way to do it. And I think that's the distinction that we need to make as we go through the other parts, although we do have research in public health as a separate category.
But we do have the whole management thing, which we talked about, but perhaps we're going to revisit it anyway. And perhaps in the light of what we've just discussed, that's where we revisit and tweak that a bit to match. Does that make sense? Does that cover that?
There are also things that could be addressed under mitigation that don't require research. I mean, yes, we want to research better disposed fish, but we also want, some way to get the help to the counties and the cities to do the mitigation that they're doing now. Like, some recommendation about how and when, maybe.
So that's definitely in the management response issues.
But that all crosses though.
Yeah.
So that's
Dwayne, you're coming in on this one?
Just a broader context on this, so we followed the research management, structure of the document before our document. And I think if we took the headers off, because when you think about public health, that is a different hierarchy than research or management. And so, wildlife health is at the same level as public health or ecosystem health. And so I think this is going to get a lot easier if we forget about the 4 headers. Take a look at this information and then kind of rethink where we're headed. So research is really trying to understand something with, data. And so, for example, we have management, economic tools, and metrics. that really is research because you have to redo that every 3 or 4 years because your economic basis is changing over time. So I think if we just keep going through, forget about what fits in research or management, and just go through each of these individually and add on where we have holes, then I think it's going to start to sort itself out as long as we don't try to fit it into those same 4 categories. And I agree with you, public health needs to stand out, but it may be that we stand it out in a different way than the category we have. Or maybe we just try to find headers that are equivalent in the hierarchy to public health. Just a thought, because I think we're bogging down on where this stuff fits instead of what we're actually saying.
Report structure, not content.
Correct.
And it needs thought. Can we catch that in the general record, Megan, that we need to come back and think about structure? We're not. We thought we were cooked with a draft, but like all drafts, we're going to change it. That's what drafts are for. So that's okay.
We'll stay out of those weeds then.
Yes. So 2 new areas, quite a lot of topics to be developed underneath them. There's going to be some drafting beyond that. We thought what we would do, what's the time? No, lunchtime. You want to stop it? Yes, we said we'd have a hard stop and it's 12 o'clock. So we stop. Perhaps when we return, before we immediately dive into the management, which, is the next topic, which is very appropriate, we'll think a little bit about the ordering, although maybe it's premature with what Wayne just said. We'll just briefly bring up the thought of, are these now 6 things? Would it make more sense if they were reordered, just logically and for presentation?
I think we need to get through them first, as he said.
Okay.
And then, maybe we've had time to step back and look at that today, maybe we don't.
But with that, I'll hand back to you for now. We've got lunch later on. What's the deal with that?
We had it
The
picked
appropriate
up,
one?
Megan, did somebody come?
So my car coming with the car.
Okay, so we have the 4th floor conference room reserved for lunch.
Didn't get
it. Yes? He's checking on that. That was the plan. So I don't know, who brought lunch and who ordered from the food truck. Can we stay here?
Yeah.
It depends on where the food is. I mean, you can go in.
pretty much finished with the research discussion and revisions. I think we've captured most of that. Megan has great notes on it all. We did say we'd quickly ask if there's any magical insight that comes to us over lunchtime about additional research topics. But I'm hoping there are none, he said, hopefully. I'm told we had at least 50 public participants, not all at the same time and perhaps not all right now, but we do have the public watching on the YouTube channel as well. So with that, I think what we want to do, our agenda has been completely blown out of the water, but that doesn't matter. I think we spent a useful morning, and so we will pick up with the management and response section of the discussion, something that you did speak about before. So I think once again our key focus has got to be, is there anything on what we've already drafted that needs to be changed? And is there anything that we've overlooked that needs to be added? And we need to add a third viewpoint, I think, which is, has anything arising out of the 2 new research topics that we thought of require changes in this management stuff? So I think particularly in the context of current activities, the management response policy that we set here is clearly of great relevance. But with that, I think the first topic there was a response plan, and let's just open that up for whatever discussion you all feel is appropriate.
So Megan did provide materials to everybody. One of them was a spreadsheet that sort of captured all the recommendations and updates that we got through in April when we were taking these one by one. We were talking about what, where we stood, what have we done. So if you want to refresh your memory on that front, you can open that spreadsheet. But in terms of the crafting of a response plan, with the updates refer to the Blue-Green Algal Task Force recommendations for clear information on triggers, sampling, and how they're communicated. And I know that they're producing a response document. You shared a draft.
Yep.
DEP is developing a document that will outline those points in response to the cyanobacteria. The HAB Health Resource Guide provides information resources geared at response for public health, but those revisions are almost done. When is that going?
Yeah, it's in layout. It's done editing. It's in layout, so it will go live in August.
And then the HAB Communications Group, maybe Chuck or Jill want to give a quick update, but they've got a lot of things in the works and have started developing pieces that would go into something like this, contact lists, et cetera, and potentially an MOU for agencies regarding communication. So, I mean, that is strictly communication, but it's all part of a statewide response plan. I don't think the need has changed. I guess just the wording of the recommendation to acknowledge what's in the works and maybe some thoughts that have come out of the work done so far. Is your work on these components, they're strictly tied to how the agencies communicate with each other?
Thus far, yeah. Thus far, it's kind of getting an inventory of places, people that those who field a question can turn to for help, and trying to get that organized. So we've talked about, so that's like a first tier, and that's real kind of high level. So questions about fish, dead fish, go to FWC. Questions about respiratory irritation go to DOH. That's kind of the level that operates at. So that can be at the county level, and everybody can go, okay, here's a place I can send people. But we've also talked about, well, then below that, we want to pull together some of the thinking, so some of the brain trust, as it were, so that if there are new questions where we don't have answers and we're trying to gather up all of the FAQs and to try to smooth them out a little bit and make sure that everybody's using the same word for the same thing and not different words for the same thing. But we also want to have experts. A couple of issues that we've raised are things like, so you get some off the wall thing that appears, somebody claiming this is how it works. How do you respond to that? Can you respond to it? Do you respond to it? And if you do, how do you do that? And can we get that brain trust together? Can we have a way to promulgate a consensus? So like a lot of the climate stuff, 9 out of 10 say this. Can we do that? And there's no mechanism for that right at the moment for a lot of this stuff. So trying to see if we can figure that out. But in the short run, it's mostly just inventorying what's out there. And we'll gain a lot of insights, I think, from the UF project about how to communicate, what is working, what isn't working quite so well. And so hopefully that'll help all of us figure out how to put this out there a little better.
Good. Other comments or concerns? Is that it? Is that a check off? We got this one.
I would say for sure, because we're planning to do some response sort of tabletop exercises this year. So that's part of an EPA capacity grant we're going to be applying for to work on those two types of responses: a surface water, drinking water issue, or a recreational response, and how would DOH respond to such events like that. So those are some that ties directly into this response for us here with the capacity.
And just a question from me, is there communication on this issue at the sort of functional level among agencies on this thing?
We couldn't do it without the other agencies, so yes, I'll say yes.
So it's sort of working. Excellent. Excellent. Good. Well, if there's no more comment on that, let's check that one off as having been looked at, summarised, and actually somewhat implemented, which is...
Yeah, well, I think there's still work to do, but having actual plan you can point to that we've all contributed to that touches on all this. So I think it's still a need. I mean, we might be working towards it. We have some pieces in the pipeline, but it's still...
Okay. But in terms of its content in the plan
Right.
document, we're good, yes? Okay. I like that. Next one under management is integrated ocean monitoring. Once again, these titles are things that I dreamed up, and I may not have got them exactly right. So look at the full document to make sure you know what we're talking about. Ocean monitoring.
Yeah. Barb, do you want to... We have a workshop tentatively planned for early next year to get the ball rolling on this. Do you want to speak to that? Kate's not in the room at the moment.
Yeah, sure. So we have a steering committee put together. We had one very productive meeting, starting to actually come up with the format of the agenda, started brainstorming on the participants. And then we were supposed to have our second call actually last week on Tuesday, when a lot of us here in Florida were a little sidetracked with Elsa. So that second planning meeting has been postponed, and I can't remember what the doodle poll shows. Megan might know offhand. But anyway, in the next month or so, we'll be having the second meeting. We really feel like this one needs to be in person, which is why we planned it to 2022. We felt like, especially when we met in March, it was just too early to make the call that the meeting could be in person in the fall. So that's kind of where we're at, but the steering committee is really engaged, and yeah, we're moving forward. And Quay, you can help me. Did I leave anything crucial out? Okay, thanks.
And I'll just add that now that we're into the next fiscal year, we know that we do have the funds to support that effort too.
Thank you. That was the other thing that was sort of the hanging chad.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think that one's underway.
Comments or discussion? Excellent. If not, next one up is guidelines for technologies of mitigation and control. So it comes back to something that was a research topic, but now we're looking at it as an action topic. I was prompted, David, that you had some information on this. Is that correct?
Me?
It's got your name on it.
Could you lead us off on this one, please?
Sure. Okay. So within DEP, the folks that at the district level where, say, innovative technology was going to be deployed, they were encouraged to reach out to the local district office, regulatory staff to try to figure out, did the project meet the level that a permit would be required, and the district office staff would often work with even the Army Corps to decide what type of permits might be required. But there is a permit, and it's for the National Pollution Discharge Elimination Program, where the NPDES program, where if you are discharging into a water body, you have to have one of these permits. And there was a generic permit that was developed for pesticide application. So instead of having to be a project by project and having to build out a permit from scratch, there's this vehicle that exists called the generic permit that could be used by anyone that was doing pesticide applications. And there's a set of conditions, obviously, in the permit that go along with that, but it's exactly that, it's generic. The regulatory staff took a shot at drafting up another version of that generic permit that would be applicable to algal bloom innovative technologies. And so if you were going to be deploying a treatment that you could apply, basically say, a notice of intent to apply for this generic permit to this project. There are conditions for the generic permit that you would have to follow if that's what you were doing. And then when you are done saying, okay, we've done our treatment, we're done, then there's a notice of termination. So there's a series of conditions that go along with the opportunity to use that generic permit. And the regulatory folks have tried to tune it a little bit to match up with an application for algal bloom treatment using, say, innovative technologies. But it's all based on that premise of, it's basically what those tools are kind of like a pesticide, that you are treating a pest. In this case, a pest is the algae, and the treatment is basically your application of a pesticide. That's why it falls under this generic permit. So they have drafted something with my input and Julie Espy's input, and incorporated our comments and have provided us back a draft that I shared with Megan and Leanne. And so we'll be putting that out there for your all's thoughts on whether or not this looks like a useful tool. It's not carte blanche, obviously. There are expectations that if you're going to be operating within the confines of the generic permit, then you have to meet the conditions of the permit. Go ahead.
Is this something similar to like a experimental use permit for pesticides, or is this
I don't think it is the same. It would be the same as the generic permit for pesticides. But there would still be the option to, as you are considering, do we need this generic permit? You might, with the department's help, determine that the impacts of what you're talking about doing are still de minimis, and the permit's not necessarily even necessary, that maybe they could issue a letter saying the anticipated impacts or duration are short enough that we don't anticipate any negative impacts, and in fact, a permit's not necessary in this case, and they can issue a letter of, no impact. So that's still an option versus having to use a generic permit. To me, the tricky part would be, because it's based on the premise that whatever the technology is acting like a pesticide. EPA's got a very broad definition of what a pesticide is, and in order to be applied in this aspect for the generic permit, I'm not sure, who's going to make that determination. Is it something that's like one of the hydrogen peroxide-based products, so PAC 27 or something like that we already know is listed as a pesticide? Does it have to be that, or can it be something that's determined case by case, or is it something that has to have been reviewed by DACs and approved for use as a pesticide in the state of Florida? I don't have that level of clarity.
But I'm guessing that you are in consultation with the Department of Agriculture to make sure that these things are kind of fit together.
We will, for sure. Yeah.
So, I guess 2 questions. Is there any limitation on scale in that permit? Size, how big an area?
Not specific within that permit.
Is there, I don't know what you call it, a state boundary 5 miles offshore? I mean, what is there?
This is for state waters, yeah.
How far do state waters go?
5 miles. Depends on
9 miles.
which.
10 miles?
9 in the Gulf.
So, all right. And I guess one of the other issues for your permits is you need every abutter to a particular location to agree to whatever treatment's going on. Is that still going to happen?
I think that was the case if you had to stage on their property. I'm not sure if.
Isn't it everybody on a canal? If you're never going to set foot on anyone's property, but you're going to treat a canal, I thought you needed a letter from an email or a letter from every person living on that canal.
Yeah, that would not be a condition of the generic permit.
But is it now a condition? I mean, I know one of the reasons we were choosing sites for some of our experiments that were either owned by one entity, the city of Sarasota, or be state property, or Eckerd College, was that we could get around that, because otherwise there are renters whose owners are somewhere else. Sure. It gets unworkable. And the many canals that you can actually imagine this being used for.
And my recollection was that there had to be a local government sponsor, right, for the project. But as far as the adjoining landowners, I thought they just had to be told what was happening, not that you had to get their approval.
I mean, and maybe someone in this room who knows more about the permitting process for pesticides in Florida, but the experimental use permits are very specific about how much land you can apply it, when you're going to apply it, what the monitoring is going to be, and that even it has to be renewed year by year. And that, I mean, it seems like it would be a good model for that. I guess when you start talking to the Department of Agriculture, that'll come out. But I think that's a kind of a neat way to go ahead with some innovative approaches, and there are, in essence, experiments that may be able to just, you can get at least some framework out of that to have it forward. And I know you guys have some representation on the pesticide review committee as well, so.
Sure, but if you're having a discharge, the only vehicle we have, I think, is through the generic permit.
Yeah, okay. But that generic permit can have specific requirements, right? About
does.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so I didn't distribute the draft. I didn't intend for us to, I don't want to get to the weeds of how that process is evolving. Just to say that, when we met before, we were like, well, I guess we need a different tack. But there's movement. Something's happening. And once the state has a process that is clear, then we can, take that to the federal roadblocks or, and kind of see how they will adapt to that too, but until we have like the state process down. So what does it say? Like, I guess the question is, do we still need that? Yeah, we need it, but now that it's happening, do we take it out?
Leanne, Eric has a comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, it's more of a question. I apologize, man, but Don, to me, this is a big issue in itself, and we may be sooner or later than this pilot project, right? Out of the means of housing into the natural environment. And in the interim, ahead of that, is there someone point contact to deal with that as Mo and Don work through some of those? Is that you? Who's the right contact for permitting?
So, from the aspect of permitting, I'm going to get pinged for my input, but I'm not the lead for the permitting. So, Jennifer Carpenter had been like one of the people that people had been steered to because she had been handling a lot of those. But I would say if you're going to have a person that you said, this is our person, it would probably be Ben Melnick to say, this is the person, number one, if you need technical clarification on what all might be involved, maybe it's Jennifer. If you want scientific input on what's being, asked for and whether that meets our needs, that might be me. But I would put Ben number one.
Thank you. Sorry.
Sure.
Don, you got that name?
I got my version of how you spell it.
It's spelled the way you probably, there's nothing tricky about it.
What about response to Leanne's question of whether, given that this is ongoing, should it remain as a recommendation?
Yes.
Given that it's not cooked yet and it might get uncooked, seems like it's sensible to leave it there.
Just there.
And one facilitation technique that I really like with groups is to occasionally give yourself a goal that you've either already reached or are about to reach. Just, give yourself a break there so that when you present your plans, as well as all theoretical and nonsense, you can say, hey, we actually got this one nearly ready to go. So it's a good thing. I would suggest leave it in there as a matter of strategy, unless there's some disagreement from the group, and I'm seeing nods pretty much around the table.
Could I raise a separate issue? And Quay, can you help here? Do we want to put anything in here about this linkage to the federal government that Leanne was just alluding to? Because I don't have my notes handy. Quay, can you describe the big roadblock that we're seeing for these kind of control applications due to federal regulations?
Well, if you have federal funding for it, it has to get through NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. We're getting better at dealing with that ourselves, NOAA, internally. So that is a research issue that I don't think this group can address. But the other issue, and this is where my ignorance comes in, is what you all are doing, Dave, then make it compliant under FIFRA to the extent that I understand what FIFRA requires.
FIFRA?
Federal
can you
insecticide, rodenticide.
Fungicide.
Yeah, I can't ever remember either.
I don't know if those are ones necessarily compliant with the other. So, I mean, the NPDES program, that is a federal program. That's being
okay. So yeah,
it's been delegated to state of Florida to implement, but that's a federal requirement. That's why we can't just waive it.
And what about federal, like non-federally funded efforts that are in federal waters?
I don't even know where to touch that one. But what I will say about that is, as you know, NOAA is planning on standing up. We can't decide what the name of it's going to be, but it's going to be the HAB Control Hub, HAB Control Center of Excellence. And it's going to do two things. One is going to be to fund pilot projects, sort of like MOAT does, but on a national scale. But the other thing is to deal with regulatory issues, again, on a national scale. So I think that some of these things are going to get sorted out, like the federal water thing they're going to have to deal with. So the well, until it gets established, you can't say work with, but it may be, it'll be a little while before it gets established, next fiscal year.
But it does seem to be something we should put some wording in there to just say DEP's clearly started in a great direction, but now we need to coordinate with the federal government on other regulations that are relevant.
Yeah, and I think this niche, using this generic permit, works for those things that are acting on the bloom like an insecticide, right, as a pesticide, versus other things that might be mitigation measures that are acting on removing nutrients or doing other things that are not acting as an insecticide, that this would not be that vehicle because it doesn't fit that same model. So there would still be room for some alternative some other way of permitting those things that don't fit that generic permit model.
So what are you thinking? What's an example of the kind of thing you're thinking about?
If it was something that's not acting on the organism itself, but is acting on, say, like the nutrients, depriving it of nutrients, but isn't actually acting on the organism, that would not, to me, be a insecticide. So, or pesticide, I'll say. So that's the reason for the existence of that generic permit, is for pesticide application. And so if its mode of action is not to act on the organism itself, but to deprive the organism of something that it needs. Like I said, EPA's got a very loose definition of what an insecticide is, or a pesticide is, and I don't know what that bound looks like for our implementation of the generic permit.
So, for example, would things like solar bees or other things that stirred the water in some ways, it's not a pesticide, but it's putting something in the water that would probably require a permit. Sonication, that's not a pesticide, it's not a chemical.
If you're not discharging anything, then there wouldn't be the permit, right? You have to be discharging. So it doesn't matter if you're discharging pesticide or you're discharging treated water, there still has to be some form of discharge for that permit to apply.
That sonication is where would that fall?
Yep.
Anyway, we don't need to go down that hole.
I see a hand from Rhonda on this. So.
Or are we just talking about I'm looking at mitigation if we come up with the preferred method for fish removal, dead fish removal, and that's beach raking or something like that, and that requires some kind of permit because sea turtle season or something like, I mean, is that the kind of stuff we're looking at for permits, or is that?
Not in this.
Not.
No, I think this is more targeted squarely at control mechanisms and the roadblocks we're coming up against trying to test them.
Okay.
Was there another hand? So let me ask you a question. I say I have a dangerously small amount of knowledge on this topic. What if Donald wanted to dump 10,000 pounds of some chelating agent that would drop all the nitrogen out into an insoluble form and deprive Carenia of nitrogen? I just made that up. And he wanted to do it in federal waters. How would we solve, or he wanted to do it in both federal and state waters.
Thing.
How would we solve the permitting needs for that?
We can't, and that's why we have this recommendation.
Okay.
And that's why this will stand. We'll modify it, but it will stand, yeah.
Okay, so basically it's not the task force's issue to solve that problem.
Right.
It becomes something that Donald, through his leadership,
It's us saying this is a problem and,
Yeah.
and trying to apply like pressure to fix it.
So that would still be a discharge. It just wouldn't be a discharge of pesticide.
exactly, that's why I
And so
said
you
nothing.
still have to have some mechanism for permitting that discharge. This would not be it.
And there isn't currently an easy one that we can say, Donald, you go here and fill out that form.
Yeah.
So that seems to be, I mean, as a researcher, I understand the frustration of well-meaning, positively oriented research being set back by what appears to be knee-jerk regulation. That's necessary, but still a serious impediment, as we've all run into over and over again. I mean, just thank goodness these things don't have a nervous system that don't require an IACROC approval. Animal use. No, how does the task force address this?
I think this stands, and we can include the progress to date, but recognize that we still have needs that aren't necessarily going to be solved by what they're working on now, and to emphasize coordination with the federal government.
Perfect. And Megan perked up and started writing that down exactly, and I think that seems to sum it up. Is there any other input on this topic? Right. I think that
check.
That's a great summary.
Knocking them out.
The next one is the first one is one you haven't talked about, which is economic tools and metrics.
And I
look at it. What's the correct title for this?
Economic metrics. I mean, that was the point of this, was that how do you compare this bloom to the 2018 bloom to the 2005 bloom in terms of impacts on the community and, you know, in the economy. And if there are lots of different studies done, and they're all looking at it from different angles and on different scales, and so kind of coming up, there should be some objective way to compare from bloom to bloom. And we threw this out there and then let it go because there were ongoing funded projects to look at the economic impacts of the last big bloom. And as I understood it, that part of it was sort of part of the goal, but I'm not fully aware of the outcome of those efforts. So Barb, what can you tell us?
She had her hand up anyways.
Yeah, I was ready. So thanks. So the two studies Leanne referred to, one is at University of Central Florida, one is at University of Florida. It was funding through NCOS, through GCUS that we put out the RFP and made the award. They are just starting into year 2 of the projects. I sat in on year 1 PI meetings. Both are being highly productive, looking at different components. So they're not duplicating each other's efforts, but looking at different components, things like Airbnb sales, VRBO, traditional hotel, etc. So I think here's what I would say is that we let these projects finish out. I think, again, it's very focused on the 17-18 bloom. But then I would suggest that maybe an action item would be to take these two teams of people who have really dug into this and go back to them and say, so if you were going to design metrics for blooms, what would be your standard criteria, etc., so that we could start to compare, like you said, from bloom to bloom. One of the things I think we all suffer with is going back in time, and metrics are so different or even not available. Even the 05 bloom, much less like the bloom of 96 that lasted for 30 months. But anyway, that would be my suggestion, is that would be our next step.
And in terms of the recommendation as it's written,
sorry. Let me go to that. Um, well, so we're looking at none waiting on current funded studies to complete to see tools developed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's where we're at.
So just leave it?
I think so. Anybody else?
I mean, because
I
I
think
still think it's going to require more than just like those two groups of people and somebody. Yes, Quay.
Well, I was going to go beyond that and say that this really is a two-part, should be a two-part thing. There's first developing the tools and metrics, and then there's setting up a system to collect the data or collecting the data. And we don't talk about, once we've got the tools, what we're going to do with them.
Kind of a point of caution. I think it's great to have tools and metrics, and it's great to have this kind of research to look at. But unless there's some agreement across the partners, whether it's federal, state, local, that you're going to use similar, what I would call traditional economic methodologies, you still wind up having, one group look at it one way, one state look at it one way. We're having this discussion within the National Estuary Program. And even within the Indian River Lagoon, I've got two separate studies done in the same year. One used net present value evaluation, and another was kind of a little less traditional. But the problem you have is that if you haven't agreed on a standard methodology, so you can have the metrics, then if you don't apply those metrics with a standard methodology, you still wind up with these reports that are not comparable either in spatial or temporal scale. And then you can't roll it up. So I could see us down the line not just looking year to year on Karenia, but looking at maybe what is the cost of harmful algal blooms on a statewide level, when you add in cyanobacteria and brown tide over in the lagoon. And if we're not all in agreement, we're still going to wind up with all these disparate studies that can't be compared or synthesized in this single metric.
Other comments? Yeah.
I mean, Leanne, we responded to NOAA and EPA solicitation for HABs of national significance, but I don't think I've ever seen anything come back after we provided that input. So I would think that would be an area where, if we're trying to all get on the same page about how to do this, that, hopefully we would expect some feedback from NOAA and EPA on what that might look like.
Quay wants to speak to that.
She can speak.
Go ahead, Quay.
We are still in the process. We are about to put out a final draft of the policy for public comment. It has been hung up in the bureaucracy. You would not believe we have done backflips, stood on our heads, trying to get this thing through. And there's still no guarantee that it's going to get through, but it's going to be very vague because we couldn't get any agreement on anything. And so it would be good if the entire state had a way of, because it's going to be incumbent on the states to collect the data and prove that there was an economic impact. And so to the extent that the state can use methodology across the state that's common, so that it would make it more effective.
So then is an action item recommendation that we hold a Florida-centric, I guess just economic workshop, so that we could bring the cyano, the brown tide economists in to the Karenia folks and come up with a framework. Dave, no, it wasn't Dave. Think that would work? Dwayne, yeah, sorry, I can't, it's hard for me to even see faces. You're all kind of small.
I do think it'd work, but I think it's going to be incumbent to get some of those, so it's one thing to have economists working in academia, And very often their perception of where value is very different than where the actual industries are. And I'll give you one example. When we had our harmful algal bloom with Oreo umbra back in 2016, one of the really big concerns was on workforce development because we had Northrop Grumman in a massive expansion, and these engineers were coming down from all over the United States to interview, and we had dead fish and brown tide. And that would be a traditional economic metric within industry, and maybe not within the academic world, who's going to look at kind of the larger, what are the big impacts to tourism and Airbnbs and restaurants. And so I think the key is getting the right leaders, a connected leadership group, and I do think a workshop, if it was targeted, so the goal of the workshop isn't to talk about it, the goal of the workshop will be to set some foundational methodologies and metrics, knowing that every county, every state is going to have some nuances that they would add on to that. So if you're out in Puget Sound, it might be, some of the tribal issues, but that we all agree to some very fundamental and simple metrics of impact. Which, of course, if you don't have the baseline before the harmful algal bloom, you've got nothing to compare it to. So this is something that's going to go beyond blooms to, the metrics of the ocean and coastal economy, really.
How about our economist on the task force, Sherry? What are your thoughts? I'll pick on you.
Oh my. So it all depends on what you want to measure. So I'm all for another meeting at a statewide level, but impacts measure, I think in the studies Barb is talking about, the toolbox is a county level measure. And if you're looking at it that way, you're looking at what are changes in employment? How do those trickle through our tax system? That may not be the same case with every bloom. You may not want that perspective, because what if your bloom extends multiple counties? Then you extend the base. It's tracking new money into and out of a county. When you talk about methodologies, there's another one that focuses on individuals and how much they value being impacted by this. That is where the methodologies that exist at the federal level in response to disasters like oil spills or big events like that, those values, the value that having a person is impacted, those measures are often much higher and they're much more local. But that's a very different methodology from measuring an impact and changes in dollars and sales to a sector and how that traces through. So I think and Quay has her hand up, there was the same toolbox is the same toolbox that was talked about on the federal level. And each stakeholder might want to value what that impact is differently. But none of those that are going on, if you talk economic impact, you are not measuring the extent to which this impacts your residents.
Okay, comments?
Which may be very important in a state like ours.
So one thing you might want to think about is waiting till at least the draft HENS document comes out, which will give you the categories that would lead to providing evidence for a declaration of an event of national significance. I mean, there might be other purposes for this data as well, but those would give you what you needed the metrics to show. And then you could start there and move to other things as needed.
Eric.
Yeah, that's where I was going. I mean, and admittedly drifting in and out of the conversation, and Gil kind of pulled me into. So understanding the what's going to get federal disaster money is what's important, because using the traditional federal fisheries disaster like we did on that last red tide, we weren't successful. And so anyway. So that's good. I think, and if there's any way that we need to involve other states, I can help with that.
So sorry.
And we probably county also, and Sherry and I lived through this, Florida Ocean Alliance did an economic analysis of the ocean and coastal economy. So we ought to get those players, if we're going to do this, who have actually done some of these reports. So I think when we got done, you kind of see the gaps and some of the higher value. Ecosystem services almost is never included, but those are real costs when you're losing ecosystem services. It's just not easy to get there in a traditional economic analysis. And in some cases, you don't have the raw data to get there.
It's different data.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if we can bring this in for a landing. At the moment, the draft is very terse on this topic and merely says everybody who should be involved are going to try and think about this and develop something. And what we've done is populated a rather more detailed set of things of what that might involve. Is there any need for anything more than that in this report at this time? This is clearly it's sort of downstream a bit. It's not, the previous one was sort of almost finished. This one's not even started, but do you need more words in there?
Well, the only thing I would add is the standard methodology language,
Yeah.
which is easily inserted. Development of tools, standard methodologies and metrics or something, just adding that in there to highlight it.
Megan, did you catch that important addition? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Well, if everybody's comfortable that we've got the topic in there already,
right.
We understand it a bit better, it's got a lot of complexities, not a very easy one to untangle, but with a little bit of tuning, it's there on the list and available as a policy guide for future development. Is that sufficient on this one? Very good, okay.
Check.
Check. So that almost catches us up on our schedule, which is pretty good. I'm actually impressed. We have two more of our topics that we want to run through and just review how you tuned them up last time. Once again, are there changes or are there additions that needed to be looked at? So I think, what did we say we'd do first? Communication. Let's just keep going in the same way, if that's good with everybody. So communication number one, talked about a communications working group. Is there any update on that? Where does that?
So that recommendation had 5 very distinct parts to it, and included the establishment of a working group. So we do have the working group, and UF is working on numbers 1 and 2. So I think we need to reword the recommendation since we've accomplished half of it. We're waiting on the final input from UF and the result of their study to decide what we're doing next. But I think it's more of the how we're going to do the 3 and 4 and 5. So I feel like, we've kind of zeroed in on that one and have made concrete progress. Right? And we just need to figure out how to reword it. And that shouldn't be too difficult.
So does anybody have any suggestions or specifics on rewording, or are you comfortable just leaving it with your drafting team to sort of tune it up and bring it up to current reality?
I think this also might be a place where, because we do talk about appropriately communicating risks, hazards, etc. So that's like the communication as mitigation piece, and kind of rolling that in there more explicitly, like in order to mitigate.
So any other comment or input? You're comfortable with that in its current form and progress? Okay, so the second part of that was the web portal. What progress have you made on the web portal?
Too much. No. We talked about this a little bit, and so the Protecting Florida Together dashboard and website, that continues to evolve, and there have been countless others that have been created since, and we don't need a new one. We just need to all work on the same platform together. And I think what we talked about in April was watching this evolve, continue to contribute to that, but then eventually seeing if we can tap into the backside of that as a data source. So not just seeing the simplified colors, whatever they put out for the public, but having the ability for managers to tap into the back door if they want to pull down actual data, which was sort of the goal. Did I remember that correctly?
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, so something like Piney Point has helped sharpen the focus of what something like Protecting Florida Together will be good at and what it won't be good at, right? So it's good for that one-stop shop for a lot of the generic information, get access point where people can get to what they want. With the input from UF, where they were saying, you know, how do you get people to what they want best, make it usable? I shared with our folks that, you know, if it's something that you can go into and the person can select, I want the layman version of this, so it's all simplified and they're just going to pick at the high level versus an intermediate or an advanced. You can get access to stuff based on, you know, your level of expertise. Maybe something like that would work well. And so for year 3 of Protecting Florida Together, they may be trying to tweak, you know, so they got contracts and they would, you know, contract the developers to make changes like that. So maybe something like that could exist. So going back to like Piney Point, we had to do something more Band-Aid for the actual what's happening right now with Piney Point, where we had to clone what we do for our freshwater HAB dashboard to create something that's responsive enough for the Piney Point dashboard, but that's not where Protecting Florida Together is really going to excel. And so if we have folks like the South Florida Water Management District, they're saying we've been collecting all this stuff where we've been doing a lot more treatment at, say, Pahokee Marina or at you know, the 308 structure or something, and they want to get that data out there and just have some place to constantly be dumping data. That's probably not how Protect Florida Together works. So something else, there's another need there for that. So it's just walking through this and what maybe worked well and what might not work well for that platform. And so what are the other needs? How are you going to meet those other needs?
Chuck.
Yeah, well, when we were having the debate, after you gave us their initial input, this concept of trying to centralize it all, you know, people, you know, they sort of said, everybody wants to have it all in one place. You can't do that. You know, I mean, you can't take the South Florida issues and the North Lagoon issues and put them all together. But I think this concept of a network, some way to find your way through, and the levels, you know, the various levels, like, you know, here's some basics, and then if you want more about this, you go here. So coordinating stuff rather than building this behemoth website, you know, 6,000 pages that nobody will ever navigate. That seemed to be one of the threads that we take away from UF.
Yep.
Good. Other comments on this one?
I would just say, I'd say I agree with Chuck, but he's saying, you know, because of Protect Florida Together, you better hope you can link back to the red tide map, right? And it does. And so it serves at that kind of that high level, what people really want to know at that headline level, and easy ways to get to that. I want more. I think it's sort of in that regard.
UF did point out that, you know, the headline level probably needs some tweaking to make it resonate with people. So, you know, that's something that we would probably all need to come.
So this is more about concept of how to do this rather than changing the actual content.
And meeting additional needs.
Is the COVID website stuff any useful model? I mean, that was put together pretty quickly and had diverse input from 70 plus counties, and even a dumbo like me could get in there and see what was going on.
Well, again, I mean, you know, as Dave pointed out, you know, the Piney Point thing, they handled it. It just, wasn't protecting Florida together. The mechanism in that one just wasn't going to go.
So it's just the coordination and linkage that needs to be built.
It's just a question of, okay, that's over
We
here.
can get you there.
Yeah, we'll point you to it, but it's not going to live here.
Okay. So do we have that thought in what's currently written?
Roughly, how would you change this? Because that's not what this says.
Yeah. I mean, do we need to add some wording about coordinating among diverse sources or something?
We still need to build on it.
Yeah, we need to build on it. Yes, Dwayne.
So maybe just add something, so it says, should build on the Protected Florida Water Together water quality dashboard, and then maybe insert and other trusted network deliveries, or I'm not wording it the way I want, but because and I think we're all finding, you can't do this all in one place, but you want to make sure that the network of communication hubs are trusted. Because there's a lot out there that's coming out of left field from second, third tier interpretations that actually really can confuse the message. So I think we're going to have to define kind of a network of resources and sources of material, and almost have a directory amongst those of us in state agencies and trusted sources, and make sure people can see. It's like a table of contents, and I think the hub of this is Protecting Florida Together. I mean, I think that is the state, the center of the wheel, and then you're going to have these other event-related or other agency-related smaller data deliveries or information deliveries.
But for our immediate purpose of the document, just a small addition.
I'm thinking just, you're going to just include, you have Protected Florida Together, with other, trusted information or network.
Right, and then I would probably change the end. So with a single web-based portal, to get timely information, doesn't have to all be in one place. It's a portal to other places too.
So it'll end like to continue the ongoing efforts to provide.
Yeah, the mobile hubs that affect Florida, and then take off that as well as, and that serves the needs of the public as well as state agencies and partners.
No, I think that's great.
It's just making this a bit more specific and focused, but keeping its current trust. Okay, and you've got your notes on what you want to put in there, because I didn't catch all of that detail here.
Got it.
Does that close this one from everybody's perspective?
I'd like the checks.
From Leanne.
Okay, Barbara, you're good with this? Good?
Yeah, Leanne's already moving on.
Okay. Well, let's see. Well, we are exactly at 2 o'clock, which is when we had a schedule for a break. So why don't we take that break now, and we have our photographer here, who I assume is here to take the group photo.
That's right.
Well, as all the individual ones. So before anybody goes anywhere, why don't you just organise us to do that?
Okay.
What do you want to use as a backdrop?
There we go. Rick can carry that order for us. So, our last major topic, come all the way full circle, the first one you ever talked about. But we also had discussion this morning about how to correctly integrate the public health issues among research and other things. But I think for the time being, let's just keep going as we have been, looking at the order and the topics that we have, and then we can have discussion about reorganisation and new thoughts. So with that, the first one is a research topic for the public health arena that didn't get put in the research section, and that's fine. Everything don't have to be totally orderly about this stuff. What do we do with this one? Where does it go?
What would you like to know about current activities versus where we should go? Because one of the things that we've done at the Department of Health is we've established a health HAB working group, which would help guide some of the health-focused research activities. So we're going to be using that group of scientists that are like medical or lab-based to sort of guide us on how to approach our future health studies that we might want to take on. So we currently have 3 universities that are doing long-term health effects of harmful algal blooms, and only one of which touches on red tide. So one of the things that we could do later is, for the funding for next year, is to open up for more competitive funding and see if we get research projects that come towards us with a red tide focus. So that's one item. But currently, most of our research efforts are on long-term health effects, not acute effects. And the way this looks like it's written, it looks to be more acute effects in response to red tides.
Short and long term. We kind of tried to capture both.
Yeah. And I think this was a point that Andrew raised in our earlier discussion, the need to extend out to fully long-term, chronic, persistent effects as well. David?
I was just going to say from this morning's discussion where we were saying, was there public health in the modeling, the detection, mitigation portions? We're saying, well, that was really more like the bloom itself. And in this portion on public health, where it just says identify specific research needs, these research needs are parallel. So I don't know if maybe in this public health portion under research health impact, we should reflect that there are parallel needs for modeling and detection that are at the public health perspective versus the bloom modeling, or you get what I'm saying? That if it didn't make sense, if we really wanted to have that first section under research be more about the blooms themselves rather than public health aspects of them, and this portion about public health includes maybe some touching on modeling or surveillance activities and stuff like that, that maybe we should somehow reflect that similar construct, but under the public health.
So Andrew, how does that strike you? I mean, that's along the lines of the discussion we were having this morning. Where and how repetitive do we need to be?
Yeah, I would agree with David that it would be nice to have something in here about modeling too to reinforce that. Or in fact, if later on we wanted to tweak the first one, that this would be like a backup to mention that modeling, health impacts is also a need that needs to be done. And especially, I mean, long-term health, long-term and short-term. And, one of the things that, is kind of in between is someone who is pregnant who lives near the beach and has repetitive exposures that maybe one incident wouldn't be a big deal, but over time you get an effect that you wouldn't see with a single exposure. So just to kind of keep people's perception open, that public health is concerned more about than just the acute effects. So I like that what David said.
Quay, you want to come in?
I would also like to comment, it says to identify the research needs and prioritize them, but doesn't say to actually do them. So need to conduct the studies, sustain the research, something.
Well, I know, to what extent is DOH going to do it? Like, they need to be conducted, but they're not going to, DOH is not going to do them, are they?
Can't do them all, and we fund to a certain amount for long-term, because that's what our appropriation is for long-term health effects. So any time the acute effect project that comes along, we would have to go out and try to find research dollars for that, partner with somehow.
How have we stated that with the other research projects? I think they also just identify needs rather than actually conduct.
Well, because, I mean, that's what we're doing. We're identifying
projects,
needs.
Establish and sustain.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Okay. Maybe just make the wording parallel or appropriately similar for both areas would solve the problem. Okay. Is that it?
Be at least complementary or reinforcing that need in all places.
Yeah, I think we can broaden that topic. Definitely still needs to be there. There hasn't been anything thus far.
Okay. So just what's the right word? Harmonise with the wording in the rest of the research.
And since we are talking on this topic in our Health HAB working group, it's going to help guide us with the research topic. If there are individuals in this group that would like to participate in that activity, be a part of that group, we can talk about that offline and work through that. So that way you're not duplicating effort here versus what our working group is hopefully going to help us with in the future, guiding research. So perhaps there's partnership.
Okay.
All right. Well, does that do it for this one? I'll just say partner opportunities is a placeholder for that thought.
This morning, Andy, you mentioned something about biomarkers and diagnostic testing. Do we need research in those areas? Because I don't think that's captured.
It's on here.
It is?
It's in my notes, but it's also on one of these.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's to the detection, surveillance.
Yeah. Detection. That's in the detection. Surveillance. Is that a research need or is that a management need?
Well, considering, that it's only
And
the only thing that's reportable is NSP. So if you're looking for health effects that are not specifically neurotoxic shellfish poisoning, it's really more of a research need because we're going to have to try to figure out how to capture those.
Okay.
Instead of just
Presumably
relying on what.
Generate antibodies.
What's that?
I say presumably Carina generates antibodies in people exposed to it.
Yes, and that's just, it is being studied now by private
Sorry, I'm
nonprofit.
putting in content again. Sorry.
We stray.
Can't help being a scientist. I'm sorry.
And I have a question. So, Rick, does that group, do you do like quarterly reports or do you do outreach to get that information out?
It was just established the last fiscal year, the end of the last fiscal year. So we plan to start back up meeting quarterly throughout the next year to plan for the research we need for the fall fiscal year.
But I mean, so you have the contractors doing the work, right, and reporting back to you?
Yes.
And do they have to do it on a quarterly basis or something, or how do they get you the information?
So the contractor we hired to start, help us develop the charter and establish the working group is now complete. So the next step is us to DOH to start just meet regularly with these 4 individuals that we've selected so far and start having regular meetings and discussions on how to guide research.
I was just thinking that information from there should probably feed into this as well.
Be great.
Okay. Is there any more on this one? Can we give this a check?
Barb has her hand.
Sorry, Barbara?
Barb.
Barbara, please, go ahead.
Hi, so one of the things I'm not quite sure if it's captured, is respiratory illness that doesn't require health care. When we were working on the asthma study, it was a 10-year study, and one of the things we felt is that a lot of people managed it with either over-the-counter medicines or just their regular prescription meds and didn't necessarily seek medical care. But I don't think we've at all captured overall community health during a bloom, and I'm not sure that we've really identified that as a need, and I think it is a need.
Well, maybe that's a detailed part of the need for surveillance mechanisms to capture effects not related to NSP.
I can live with that.
Yeah. Okay. It does it? Good. Good. Okay, thanks, Barb. Okay, we ready to move to the next one? Which is training. Which we looked at. You looked at.
Yeah, where did we land on that? That it's a need, everybody, yeah, it was probably not the best year to get something like that off the ground. And, yeah.
The portions of this that we were able to get off the ground is reaching out to the veterinarian to look for our companion animal implement sentinel and working on a definition. So we've been working really hard this year on that and reaching out to the coastal counties and counties surrounding the Lake Okeechobee to train the veterinarians and work on hand out some things for them. So I believe, based on my notes, I think we've touched 13 counties so far, and we plan to expand it statewide. And we're also talking to the national veterinarian groups like Banfield and others, and giving them those tools so that they can use those tools more broadly. So most of our focus has been training veterinarians on this aspect. So we're hoping to be able to start tackling this for the human physicians and establish some training.
Right, and if it sounds odd to you, it's because we have a number of domestic dog deaths from blue-green algal blooms. So this sort of stemmed off of that. It's not like they're prioritizing animal health over human health.
No, that was actually a question.
Dogs are better.
It was a question in my mind. But what about agricultural animals? Is there any implication there? Or what? Agricultural animals. Cows, chickens, ducks, goats, pigs.
For blue-greens, yes, but not for red tide.
Not for red tide.
So the outreach to the vets, is that for blue-green algae? Does that
for blue-green algae so far? There is discussions about red tide as well, but our focus is on blue-green so far. Okay.
Yeah, domestic animals is kind of a weird thing because a lot of times there's not a lot of follow-up unless there's a lot of economic impact. So if 1-2 cows die, they just dig a big hole and they dump it in there and bury it. Probably with like the chickens too. So it takes quite a bit for them the farmers, ranchers, to get excited about what they see and to invest in additional.
And that again is blue-green.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, there's so little agricultural activity right at the coast. Fish farms?
Fish farms, yep, that was the next thing.
Well,
sorry, I'm just thinking out loud here on the topic, but
not a lot of
inland.
Nothing coastal. Okay.
Yeah.
So you think you've got it covered for the time being?
For the time being, Tammy.
What other training issues are there?
Wait.
Sorry, Greg, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to make one tiny remark. Back when I was in Louisiana, I used to give a lecture every year at the vet school. And so I don't know how many vet schools you have, but on HABs and focused on the impacts on animals. That was a long time ago, too.
There are sometimes unexpected consequences. West Nile virus had quite a distinct impact on the alligator farming industry of commercial impact, which is tiny in the big picture, but certainly an example that these things can happen. But we're diverting. We're still talking about training and training healthcare professionals. We've talked about vets. What about all the rest of them?
I think that just a standing need.
Just stands as is and not yet addressed and is in the policy. No change,
Still
nothing new to add there. Okay. If that's good on that one, the third one says add a recommendation about guidelines for occupational health and work training. That's a new idea that you inserted there.
That came up at the last meeting.
It was triggered by Moulton Laboratories.
Oh, yeah.
Facility and how they going to
Just ensuring that, their staff, that those exposure experiments are.
And you work with Dan Baden closely. You really know that it is a concern about the researchers.
Sure.
Inadvertent exposure through experimentation.
Even for people out monitoring on the water during
We have examples
a
sitting
really
in the
heavy
room.
bloom, like my guys.
People who work with this stuff constantly who might be at risk.
People at FWC are doing sampling and they're up to their necks in the water.
Yeah. So we don't have any wording for that, and we said we weren't going to do wordsmithing, but it seems to me a straightforward enough thing that the drafters can throw in there. Everybody's in agreement that it's worthwhile and should be added to the list. Mm-hmm. And the wording can just be similar to preceding. Like that, you might be asked to draft it. You better be careful. Okay, well, if everybody's comfortable with that, that actually brings us to the end of our review of the draft document. And we proposed a couple of things. First was, are there any new areas? We have 4 at the moment: public health, communications, management response, and research. Is there?
Well, I don't think we're going to focus on the areas. Of the earlier discussion, how where does this go and how do we do that?
Well, we'll do that. But we're good with these 4 major categories. We don't need to expand the major categories.
I think anything we can come up with is going to fit in some way under one of those categories.
So we're comfortable with that. Everybody's comfortable with that. Okay. So that then does lead us to the question of reorganizing both within the 4 topics.
Well,
how do you want to deal with it?
Well, I think we need to back up just a second and talk about additional. And we don't want to have 25 recommendations. We've generated a lot of new input, but there's probably still stuff that hasn't come up. I was just looking at the summary from the communications work group, and some possible things we might want to add that are highlighted on here. And whether we want to work those in. In one of them, the first one is striking a chord. Us FWC should establish a trigger or automatic response plan for exemptions from saltwater fishing regulations that cover the collection of dead fish onshore when cell counts reach a certain level in a given county. That's pretty specific. And it could go in like that, or it could be more broadly written in terms of like a plan for, and it's maybe not necessarily FWC, but a plan for, well, that's just exemptions. I'm thinking also of what's going on right now and the plea for support from the counties and how to address that in terms of a recommendation, or do we touch that? They can't, counties that aren't routinely affected by red tide are not going to have any contingency funds to deal with a situation like this. So it was just a thought that we have response plans, but we don't have anything about, recommending, state support or federal support for it. I mean, kind of when we got to that the economics thing is sort of briefly touches on that, but you know where I'm going? Who's going somewhere?
Andy's already leaving.
Take a hard right turn.
He's played his escape.
Yeah.
Do the inland counties generate revenue from boat registrations? Where do boat registration funds go?
Down
No?
to the
I know they're collected by the counties.
Determining
They probably get an administrative fee.
So there's no argument for saying even though you're not on the coast, you're generating funds from people who take their boat to the coast, so you should be a player in this big picture.
And it's not, yeah, I mean, it's not about like where is it going to come from, it's whether or not, you know, as a group we think it should come.
Okay.
You know? I don't know how people feel about that.
Mark has a comment on this.
Just for context,
Yes.
Pinellas County's burning $100,000 a day right now.
Yeah.
So they've gone through $1 million in 10 on fish. You know.
Yeah, I don't think people have a real
And they came to
sense of
us.
magnitude.
They came to us and we said, oh, we thought we'd give you $500,000. They said, we've already spent 900. So we said, okay, we'll give you 900. And they said, we just spent 100 today. And so, which is, I mean, that's real, right? And that's real money that we didn't have in our budget. So we carved out $900,000 and it was thanks, but I just spent another $100,000. Where's that? So I do think this is it's a buried, you know, matter that probably needs to be elevated. Like there probably needs to be line items in the budget, just like there are for like there's hurricane cleanup. Like why isn't there like dead fish cleanup, right? Or something. I don't know if dead fish cleanup is a good idea. I'm not advocating. I'm just saying.
I think it's worth exploring.
It's certainly worth exploring and thinking about.
At
whether
a
or
certain
not we should
point, it
budget
becomes a good idea. Like, yeah, I mean, your typical, I don't know what's the.
Right, and the only reason that Hillsborough and Manatee haven't called is because the wind's easterly right now, right? As soon as you hear a westerly wind, they're gonna call too.
Well, there was a discussion earlier about fish cleanup as a mitigation tool, and I think you could really characterize it as that, especially with these large events. Right now, there is no, other than the normal waste management the local governments do, and whatever counties have boats available where they can contract with fishermen and cobble it together. So it probably costs more than maybe it should, for one thing. But I think it's something the task force could advise local governments on. It's going to come down to counties where the waste management happens. Whether or not the state should, develop a fund to just in case is a tough question because the legislature typically doesn't like to appropriate money for things that may or may not happen. So the hurricane cleanup you mentioned is usually after the fact, and often significantly after the fact. And that's, getting trees off buildings. So this needs to be more real time. And a county like Pinellas, who's on the wrong side of essentially downwind, with bad luck. I don't necessarily have a good solution other than embracing it as a potential component of mitigation. And mitigation, I don't think that red tide fish kill cleanup is part of their mission right now. It's part of no one's mission. I think that's the big problem.
Dr. Crosby calling me.
Bart's hand is up.
Eric,
Yeah, I just follow up with Gil. I think we definitely put it on the table because every time this happens, it's the same issue. And it really comes down to authorities. I mean, the argument you hear publicly now and not knowing a lot of the law is that the governor would have to declare a state of emergency in order to use funds. And that to me is, well, I shouldn't speak for the governor, but there should be an authority that allows you to do that without having to go to that extreme, I would think, given that. Red tide is bad, but is it an emergency? No, because we deal with it, every other year it seems. So there seems to be some mechanism where we wouldn't be having this hand wringing over trying to find some funds if we wanted to be
sort of like snow cleanup. Something is going to happen more or less, and a little bit of uncertainty, but just needs to be built into the budget. So the question is whose and from where.
Hambrook County declared a state of emergency, but that doesn't necessarily have to access funds outside the budget.
So what's the task force reports?
Barb.
Sorry,
Barb.
thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Gil just said this, but the audio was breaking up a little bit. But the bed tax from the CVBs, they do have, I think they call it a catastrophe fund or something like that, primarily for hurricane issues, and PR to say we're open, you know, the hurricane's gone. Over the years, I have had a few opportunities to work with individual CVBs to do some things for Red Tide. And I think maybe a source would be to, I guess, just open discussions, because it directly affects them, the beach cleanup, et cetera. They want the beaches cleaned up, and I'm not sure why they don't contribute to that cleanup. So I don't know how we capture that in a recommendation, but alternate sources or other concerned parties or something, because I don't think it should fall completely on the state budget because it's so variable from county to county. The impacts, sorry.
Yeah, so speaking from a county aspect, we do use tourist development tax money to rake our beaches. And that's regardless of dead fish. Those beaches are raked every day. But when we get a fish kill, it is Naples, so no, you can't have an ugly beach. But if we get fish kills in our back bays, which are more residential, tourist development money doesn't want to pay for that because that's somebody's private dock. So we did in 2018 have to tap into the state funding to mobilize some cleanup in the back bays. But City of Naples and Collier County both contribute to cleaning of their own beaches.
Charles?
So, I mean, I think the issue is well and truly one that needs to be somewhere. How do you deal with these emergency situations? Because it's not something that we do very well. It's usually scrambling. I mean, hearing a bunch of things like where do you get the funding, but somehow establishing some contingency fund that all the players contribute to in some way, shape, or form is probably a good idea. I think this concept of maybe having contracts so that you get a little better pricing than, you know, the shrimpers knowing you have an emergency on your hand and knowing they can charge top dollar, you know, you can lock them in a little bit beforehand. Then the authority is certainly one, and I would have a stopping rule. So one day you're not going to want to collect up all the fish. So if we're talking the natural red tide, you know, you just want to let that play out perhaps. In the medium term, I would say, yeah, you know, pulling those nutrients out is a good plan, but eventually you're going to want to stop that.
So a lot of fine detail on how that would work.
All that said, you know, these are the sort of, you know, conversations that you had at the legislative level. That's, they're talking about how to spend taxpayers' money. That's when you really get to elected officials. That's part of their duties. But somehow we need to capture it without overstepping, I think.
Question for me, does it belong in management and response as a subtopic in management? Yeah, so we clearly know where it would belong, and it has to be carefully worded. So I'm seeing who has hands there, David and then Wayne.
So, I mean, I think this is an area where, you know, maybe the Blue Green Algal Task Force and the Florida HAB Task get together, because we might not always have a red tide, but the days of us not having a bloom to deal with seem to be getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and that maybe this is something we deal with in a more holistic manner. And, you know, some of the funds that are getting diverted, well, they're innovative tech funds, and some of the workforce that we constantly, you know, going out and dealing with blooms, they're not doing their typical job, which is going out and doing water quality for, you know, determining whether waters are impaired for other things balloons or not. So we're diverting, in addition to funds, we're also diverting workload. And so maybe, expressing in some way that we have to do something more holistically to address blooms and not always be siphoning off work or funds from other things to address blooms, that maybe that has to be dealt with on its own.
I think a broad approach on this one is going to be the only approach for us, because this is going to be quite different from county to county, both on exposure, and risk. But in Brevard County, in 2016, with our big fish kill, we were totally unprepared. And it wasn't just about the money. It was, getting a permit, which we didn't have because we hadn't contemplated needing to be picking up hundreds of thousands of fish. Most of them sank in place. And of course, there's enough data out there to suggest that, that kind of nutrient load is significant and long lasting. So, really there's three parts to this recommendation, that we need to coordinate, between the state and the local partners. And one is, having a permit ready to go quickly, which means you're going to have all those permit issues done in advance of the fish kill. So you're ready to go, and then whoever the entity is going to come to FWC like Brevard did, this last time, and say, can we activate? Having the collection infrastructure, which is really about people in place, and that's no small order. And so this idea that we're just going to get a bunch of boaters to go out and pick up fish doesn't get you to where you want to be. So there's a workforce issue, there's a funding issue, and there's a permit issue. And I don't see that being kind of a blanket for the the whole state when it triggers. But those entities that, so over here it's going to be red tide. My neck of the woods, it's going to be a whole suite of critters that can cause a fish kill. But I think our recommendation should be, we need to get the state and the local entities together to put these plans in place and to identify appropriate funding sources, including, surplus funds as appropriate. Because some of the municipalities are really good with reserves. And I know we're having that discussion within my NEP, and have set aside contingency dollars that are line item for harmful algal blooms now with our contracts, in our harmful algal bloom, because we know we're going to have it. And if we don't use it this year, I'm cashing it forward to next year, because we know we're going to get a call at some point. And if you're not ready ahead of time, it's not happening.
And if you do that, I guess you would need some kind of evaluation criteria, because not every fish kill deserves the same attention.
Well, we actually had that last Thanksgiving where everybody was ready to trigger all the preparation. And when we went out, there was like 10 little fish here, and then you walk another 100 feet, and there was 10 more. There was no way you would trigger a collection response just because it never hit a threshold. But it's a really good point. Who makes that call? And I think that's local. The local government has to hit some threshold to say we need to do a cleanup.
So there's a lot of fine detail here.
Yep.
We're getting down in the weeds a little bit on technique, but that's fine. A lot of fine detail. It's a new topic. It looks like it belongs in management and response. There's enough bullet points between Megan's notes and your notes in here to put a couple of paragraphs together on that, or a paragraph. Do you feel you need any more? I mean, I know we don't want to pump the thing up too much,
We'll be
but one
circling
more.
back to that one for sure.
Can I just ask a question? I've heard Dwayne say and others say that it's clear that the fish are contributing. Has anyone ever done that type of a study on a fairly significant level? I don't doubt that it's true, but I think it would be useful to have the numbers to justify any sort of a major investment by the state, by others. In my region, it's related that there's someone did a study of all the fish that they put in the lobster traps. And you think, oh, what's the story? Well, in fact, most of those fish don't get eaten by the lobsters. They just get thrown overboard, or they they get out of the cage. And if someone did a mass balance for all of the traps up in New England or the state of Maine, it was a huge percentage of the nutrient input in some of these estuaries. So having those numbers shouldn't be hard to get.
Cindy's published a little bit on that.
Well, if you need to get
Cindy
rid of
Heil
the
is
lobster,
published on
we can help with that.
one paper that outlines all the different nutrient sources and the contribution.
Towards the bloom. But if you took Collier County, or you took some analysis, or some other area, or Tampa Bay, Sarasota Bay, some measure of how many fish might actually be equivalent to the nutrient load for a year or something coming in from a river. I don't know. But it would just
I
seem
heard
that
some numbers
it would
being
be a
tossed around
useful
yesterday by Dave Damasco. Like, I think it's doable.
Yeah, I think it's.
Well, she did it in terms of what percentage of the nutrients that fuel a bloom, which is the question that is critical, I think. And it was a very large percentage when there were a lot of dead fish. It was certainly certain stages of the bloom.
Right.
I'm not sure that calculating it over all of Tampa Bay, for example, if the bloom wasn't in all of Tampa Bay, would be suitable or on an annual basis. Maybe on I don't know, but you're worried about the Carinea bloom, for example.
Mike Parsons is working on that. He's taking dead fish and then trying to back calculate how much nutrients they're putting into the water, and then use that biomass to indicate how much nutrients. So he's working on that.
That's what I think you're going to need to convince the legislature or wherever to spend $1 million a day or something on multiple counties, that it matters. It's not just a matter of smell.
Well, and to add another wrinkle to it, I'm pretty sure Rance Hardison published a paper that it wasn't specifically nutrients from fish, but that nutrients in the water, the ratio changed the toxicity of the bloom. And I think that came out in, oh gosh, maybe 2010, 12, somewhere in there. It was so we hear this locally that there are some blooms that are more toxic than others. We get more fish kill from others. And the question is, well, is there a difference in toxicity from bloom to bloom? And that's another wrinkle we have to deal with.
So Dwayne, in the IRL, when you had those massive fish kills, I'm sure you got water quality data from that. Can you associate the changes in water quality with the fish kills per se?
I'm going to look at Chuck. I'm going to say no. And the reason is it's not just kind of the big picture nutrients. Is it bioavailable? But we had, and I don't know if that made peer review. We had folks from Texas, Laguna Madre, and they made this statement to us, and I don't know if it's in peer review, but they said that they believed that the duration of that Oreo umbra bloom was extended because of the supplemental nutrients, from the dead fish. Now, I don't know if that was quantified, Chuck, or not, but, if you're going to pick up fish, you only have a certain amount of time to do it because they sink pretty quick, after they start decomposing. And while they're on the surface, it is a human, and tourism issue because it's visible, it smells, and once they sink, it's out of sight, out of mind. But it's just from a common sense standpoint, inconceivable to me that if you put that much biomass, in our case, these are not flush systems, that are really, low flow, that you're not seeing, a contribution to muck and nutrient flux at the sediment water interface. How much that actually impacts a bloom? That's just
I'm channeling what
general complicated.
I'm channeling what Kate said earlier. It's not just nutrients. Yeah. They're certainly a component, an important one. But if the wind blows the other way and it all blows out to sea, who cares? Feed more lobsters. Yeah. So it's
all about where it is and if it's in your backyard, and if you open your windows, you can.
That visibility factors. I mean, that's what's driving the current.
But ours are not.
Stinky dead fish everywhere, we wouldn't have the fuss we're having. So. Yeah. But I put it on the list as a possible. It's clearly under the research side. and you guys are sort of focusing on it for now, but is there any more we need to, is there anything we need to do to this document in regard to that? Looking back at the research. Maybe not.
I think some of it's captured.
Yeah. It's sort of getting to the next level down of, okay, if you want to do research, which, and at that level, this sort of detail needs to emerge as a more detailed thing. So we're sort of, Leanne, basically whatever you want to do, but I think we're sort of into that general discussion, where do we fall?
Does anybody else have anything new and completely different we haven't touched on that really ought to be mentioned?
Nobody's heard anything from a constituent? Have you guys thought of this?
Get a lot of that, but that's not good.
Every now and again they get it right. Every now and again they get it right. So we need to listen to that. We can't afford not to.
Just a quick question. I know we discussed this, in the first iteration of this, but, there's a lot of atmospheric deposition issues, upwelling issues on this coast, but particularly African dust. Are we pretty solid on the science on the atmospheric kind of large-scale impacts on perennia? Is that a research need, or are we pretty comfortable that we've got at least that part of the nutrient, micronutrient story down?
Here, I'll turn to Kate for her opinion on that.
Well, it's something that we definitely think is important, just in terms of photosynthesis in general. Iron is a really key player in that, and we know that there are a lot of coastal sources of trace metals, but having these iron dust vents and controls are something that over the past few years, working with USF, we've built trace metal biogeochemistry into some of our routine sampling as part of the AOML surveys, so that we can have baseline data when there are not dust events, and then have a better sense of what's going on. We also have special surveys that are going, those AOML surveys typically only go around 100 kilometers offshore. It depends a little bit on the trip. But we've also started to have special surveys just related to trace metals that are now going out past the 1,000-meter isobath into the Gulf, so that we can get a better time series of what's going on there, and in relation to blooms and not blooms. And we're hoping to look at that more in the lab as well. And if you go back in the literature, there's a lot of conjecture about the importance of metals and the sources of metals, but just knowing that in order to sustain these blooms, photosynthesis is hugely important. And so iron's going to be a key player.
So do you think it's so important that we need to specifically mention it in the research side, kind of on the large atmospheric, or do we have it kind of captured in that, just the overall statement we made on, on surveys?
I think it's an important component to measure in terms of biogeochemistry and include there, and then also in terms of climate change. If we think about how the source of the dust and how that's changing, and trying to track that and build additional resources to be able to track that dust and do it more, build it into the forecasting, it really touches on a lot of the different components.
So we'll let you guys kind of figure out how you want to do that, but I do sometimes worry that we often with these blooms focus so much on the human eutrophication side of it as the drivers, and then, some of the drivers, temperature we're not going to control, rainfall we're probably not going to control, but we're going to need to understand how that baseline is shifting with climate change.
Right.
And
as we get into these more detailed topics, is this something that might be an appendix rather than pump up each of these quite nicely short, readable paragraphs? Leave them pretty much as they are, rather general, but capture all this specific stuff in an appendix saying, the following research topics have been suggested or something, and just list them off. Just a thought.
Or maybe
another one, rather than mess with the document we have and start inserting so much fine detail that it becomes unreadable from a policy or a functional.
But yeah, where in some of this can get dropped in other places in the document. There's other things besides just the recommendations, but
or a box or something.
We'll have to think about it. I wouldn't say we'd have to sort of start over and think about that because we haven't talked about everything on the same level, and so that might be down the line.
Okay, maybe
it's good to have what we're going to end up doing after we get there is diving into them again as a group and kind of going down to the next level and identifying like what that might look like and how we might get things started and who would be a reasonable body to do that or how, with a mechanism. So I think it's good to capture and it'll come up again in future discussions.
Okay. Well, we've got a little list going here.
Yeah.
And it might be a really short, just statemental paragraph, 3 or 4 sentences in the Florida response that, these large-scale, climate issues are going to make this even a more complicated, issue.
Right.
And these are some considerations. And you just list them and don't say anything more other than to make the statement that it is an current and emerging driver.
Yes.
So I would like to shift our attention back now to looking at the order of the subtopics, which is something that came up right at the beginning, Reba. Particularly when we looked at research, we wondered whether we should have them in the current order of 1, 2, 3, 4, or whether 3 ought to be the first one that's mentioned. And so can we turn our attention just without looking at content, go back to research, and we'll look at other topics as well, and just inquire, are they in the most logical, sensible order for presentation and public view? Craig, please. Craig, we can't hear you. Are you muted?
Oh, whoops, I'm sorry. Didn't realize
Go.
you'd called on me. It has to do with the other topic, though, that we were on before, the climate change issue, and it suddenly dawned on me. I'm sorry to sidetrack us for a minute.
Okay.
When we talk about climate change, we have not mentioned OA, ocean acidification. And NOAA has an OA program, and it's teaming up with HAB and is going to be putting out a request for proposals having to do with HABs and OA. It would be good if this document said something about OA specifically that might prompt people to be able to cite this as, but I don't know much about Karenia and whether changing OA has anything to do with, say, toxins or anything like that. Maybe we don't know anything, and we need to know more. But anyway, I just wanted to raise that as an issue. If you could get that in there somewhere, it might be a good thing.
Okay, and I've added it on the board here, right under climate change. I've just put ocean acidification. So we have a reminder to not overlook it.
Yeah, that's all I want.
Good, thank you. That's very useful. So back again. I think Chuck was the one who started the idea that the order of topics might just make things a little more logical and easy to follow.
I think I started, Chuck said he
Sorry, it was Dwayne. Between the two of you.
He's the problem.
All right.
Yeah.
So is this still true? And if so, what do you want to do?
This is what I was thinking before, but I'm not quite sure. I was thinking that, if you were thinking logically, in a sequence, that, you would first detect, which is, at the time I was thinking, not just projects, but programs for sampling and monitoring. And then you've got these large, surveys of, cross-shelf, coastal and offshore surveys. Then you model, then you start looking at the strategies for mitigation. But I'm not convinced it's a good recommendation. And Chuck, you said you weren't sure either. So it just seemed like when we were talking about detection that, that is got a whole suite of sampling, monitoring kind of components, and then the survey piece was this larger scale cross-shelf, coastal and offshore surveys. So that was the only point I was making. It seemed like there wasn't a logic order, a hierarchy to it.
Does anybody strongly disagree with changing that order? Was the order put there with any intent, or was it just came up that way? Can you remember? Was there a thought behind the order? Sometimes there isn't. Someone's just what comes up first.
I mean, so when I think of this in my head, you know, the model that the framework I use to help me organize things, the surveys are what I would call process studies. So they're looking at the process of initiating, sustaining, and, you know, ending blooms and how all that works. The modeling is trying to pull some of that together and say, you know, this is our understanding of the system. Here's where we think the pressure points are. And then to me, that's when the detection comes in. You say, okay, we're taking all this information, we're boiling it down. We say, if you follow this, you know, you will know when there's going to be a blue and a bad blue. So that in my head was probably the way that they came out to start with.
I retract my my recommendation. I'm with it, but I wasn't thinking along the lines Chuck was on detection.
Well,
so I think you're okay as long as it's clear in the language what Chuck just said.
And I think again, I think they, you know, today morphed some of this a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think detection
Okay,
is
this is what we
listed in
have
here
right here, right?
as a part of the
Survey,
process.
detect, model, and strategy. Is that right?
No,
No, I got it back. Sorry. Survey, model, detect.
B.
Oh, that's the one that Chuck, you're back to the original.
No, that's not the original survey. Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It is the original.
And Dwayne said, no, he's now going to agree with Chuck.
Well, can I just say, I don't think that this list of things was intended to be a step-by-step process. These are where our research, like our gaps are. We need better tools for detection, not when do we detect. It's completely separated in time from our monitoring program. You know, it has nothing to do with where it falls in the process. It has more to do with, we would like, you know, better tools so we don't have 10 people chained to microscopes every day during an event like this. We need in situ monitoring. We need real-time monitoring. We need better technology to do those things. So that was like the detection originally had a different intent. Yeah, this wasn't intended to be a stepwise process.
Yeah, so maybe we just need to say that.
And surveys was like right up front because that's such a big thing and it's so hard to do, and yeah, we just have not been able to get there. Yeah.
Am I hearing a consensus to leave it as it is?
Leave it.
I'm seeing nods all around the table. There we go. We got rid of that one. Great.
Done.
Perfect. Is there any need to examine the order of any of the other topics, or are they equally, if it ain't broke, don't fix it? Just have a quick look. Have a quick review of management. All of them. Just, I mean, when there's only two of them, turning them backwards and forwards seems a bit pointless. Leave it as it is. Easy way out. Everybody's tired. Everybody's sick of all this stuff.
Yeah, I think kind of the bigger exercise is going to be organization at the higher level, and do we want to do what Gil suggested and have research, you know, public health management and communication, and add the research needs into those separate, like kind of not have research in and of itself, but show where each of these research needs apply as a way of making them more relevant, like, for management. And some of the
I would say, whether it's explicitly defined somewhere or not, the audience for this document are policy. And the more sort of common language or categories can be so they realize what they're looking at and why, the better. I happen to think, you know, a pretty detailed research section makes sense, but maybe not for this audience. Because the important thing is not that a subheading under research fits in research. The more important thing is how this research is going to allow you to do something else better or understand something and lead to additional practical aspects of responding to blooms. So I do think that, as someone said earlier, there's a lot of overlap in these categories. And if you look at the way the research is laid out in the first version, almost everything fits in the other categories. So it's just really a formatting, delivery, audience understanding issue.
And this doesn't have to be that, like this is for an intended audience, as he's saying. We could also have a specific document that outlines, like, details research needs and gaps that, potentially would be of use to NOAA or someone looking for the state's priorities for funding, or our priorities as we're evaluating projects to fund or to do.
So I have one question. If you redistribute it in that way, will it then become repetitious? That under communication we're going to have research on the eyeballs of Carina, and under communication we're going to have research on the eyeballs of Carina, and under public health we're going to have research for eyeballs of Carina, and it's all over the place. So there needs to be some care not to massively duplicate everything everywhere.
No.
Or in fact, is that not a problem? Is that not an issue? That each of the research things will fit?
Yeah, because it will do like here, and whether it's your suggestion of a diagram or just indicating that they cross boundaries, like this is where we're placing the emphasis, but it also applies to these other areas. I think we'll be fine.
So it's,
Yeah, I think as a policy maker, you're going to open this up and go to the section that you're most aligned with. So if I was public health, I would go to the public health section and see what's in there, including the research component. If it's all buried in a standalone research part, I'm not sure if it would be that obvious to me. Would I want to go through all that stuff, where, you talk about like backward networks or something. I wouldn't necessarily go there, but I would see it. So it may be, easier for someone who has specific interests to go find what they're interested in if it's under the broader topics headings. Just a thought.
I agree. I mean, I think what Gil mentioned, and you said it too, people are tired of hearing they're doing more research. And I see that on social media all the time. Stop studying it and do something. So I think if we do pull those research needs in, and then we can flesh out, like, here is the research that we're talking about, and have that as an appendix or something that says, here's the research we're talking about, and then dig into it that way. So, like on the website level, the people that really want to dig into that can go into that research. The people that want to use this document and be like, where do I need to put my money? Right. So I think, yeah, I like this.
Anybody disagree with that summary? Seems straightforward to me. I mean, the only group who are going to be a little disappointed that there isn't a research section is going to be the researchers. They're going to say, where's the research? They're smart people. They'll find it.
Let me suggest that
they'll find it.
If you categorize research under the appropriate heading, whatever it is, you won't go into a lot of detail in this document. No. There can be a separate research-focused document, like your appendix that you mentioned. But it wouldn't be. It would be a separate, detailed research needs summary. That would be a much more comprehensive view within this policy.
Quay had her hand up.
Yes, Quay.
Go ahead, Quay.
Quay's muted. We can't hear you.
I kept missing the mute button. Anyway, the problem that I worry about, and I don't disagree because I've heard the comment, stop researching it. But if everybody thinks we understand everything, and then we don't make any progress with the management so they don't fund research. And then we don't make any progress with the management because you can't manage what you don't understand. And so it's a circular kind of argument, and I don't know how you get around it. And my concern would be with just having a vague statement about research is that then somebody who's providing funding doesn't know what it is what research it is that they're funding, why it's needed. And to me, that would be a document that would require a great deal more care than if we're having a separate standalone document about the research. I don't know how you get around this circular problem.
I think there's a philosophical solution in approaching things with adaptive management rather than prescriptive solutions. That if in fact the research at the beginning, we don't know what's really going on, but we actually start doing things and monitor and in an adaptive fashion learn from what we're doing and modify what we're doing, which is emerging in many management issues as certainly an efficacious way to approach it. Rather than sit down, study the hell out of it, understand everything, decide the right answer, and then implement the right answer. To start off fiddling with the system and seeing what happens and trying it out, monitoring carefully and responding appropriately. So I know the feds are very much into adaptive management. Fish and Wildlife Service. So is that something the rest of your agencies are comfortable with as an approach, or is it new and foreign and horrid?
Well, to be clear, I'm not suggesting this document gives short shrift to research needs at all. In fact, you can go into much more detail. What I'm suggesting is the document might be more effective for a policy-making audience if the research needs were nested under the category that it most applies to. For example, the cross-survey needs would be under management and response. And that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, there was initially no disagreement with that, but then we're sort of fine-tuning our thinking. So
I forgot who early on said maybe we need a more explicit narrative on, on those categories. And so even management, I'm finding that people don't know what management means. And so I jotted this down when at the beginning of the meeting. What are we trying to do? We're trying to understand the bloom. We're managing and responding to a bloom. We're communicating, and then we're protecting public health. And those categories are descriptive. And if under understanding the bloom, you've got your research categories, I think you don't get that knee jerk. We don't need any more studies, because you're talking about, understanding what's happening, which includes risk. If you don't understand the risk, you can't mitigate for the risk. But I think language matters here, and I don't know exactly what the best language is, but I think these terms we use in science, like management and research, people go, okay, what does that mean? And then they see this list, and they never ever connect the dots between the fact these are all interrelated with the ultimate end to protect both human health and ecosystem health. And I think a little bit just a more descriptive title that has an action, like an understanding or doing, I think that's going to be valuable.
Leanne, write his name down against that task. No, seriously. I think the idea is fine. Just who gets to draft that stuff.
I'm always happy to help. I'm going to have a lot of time on my hands in the next 6 weeks. And I'm close.
Rick.
Just as a question for this document and who might see it or use it for funding information, how do you write something up in a fashion, say, it costs this county $1 million to do fish cleanup for 10 days? How do you explain that to the magnitude of what you actually need and then have that available? Like public health studies, long-term public health studies are super expensive and take a long amount of time, but how to explain that to a legislative type person or those that and funding, how do you lay all that out in a concise way so that they understand that? And that the need, like I brought up earlier, for an extended amount of time so that you can have the time to do the work needed. And this is the function of that document.
I hope that question's not directed at me.
No, it's just a general thought to throw it out here, because
Yeah.
it seems like a really good tool, but how do you put it out in terms that folks can really understand? I mean, I didn't really understand how expensive public health research was until you really find out, okay, I can do this panel of toxins for this, and you add on all the other microsystems or the other.
Well,
you know, you just,
and I mean, but think about this could also be a tool for, you know, the Camp Institute, you know, if they're going for a longer term health study with the NIHS, you know, attach this to their proposal and like, these are state priorities where this is occurring. This is not just a private interest. This has been identified as a state priority. I mean, it could help in that way too.
This is an iterative process, and you're asking the toughest question. You know, when I first took over the NEP coming out of industry, I thought all I needed was good economic data and a good return on investment value, and somehow that was going to shape policy. And I realized it had, you know, it's a piece of the story, but getting to long-term funding that is at the appropriate scale of the need is just, you got to get your messages, and that's why I see this as the foundation of other levels of messaging. The one good thing about harmful algal blooms in the state of Florida, which is also the worst thing, is that we're getting hammered by them, and I think everybody understands the vulnerabilities and the threats. And so we're kind of taking and shaping that highway of decision making, but you know, getting the kind of money you need. You know, I got the number for the Indian River Lagoon. It's $5 billion over the next 20 years. Now, how I get to that, that's the heavy lift.
Pennies a day.
It's only $250 million a year. It's, you know, like a small road project. But the fact is, you're not going to sell it and win it, because 2 years from now, somebody else is going to be sitting in that elected seat. You're just constantly selling it and trying to build and cobble together as much money from as many sources as you can. Because ultimately this doesn't happen because of a lack of funding, which is why we didn't put it on every single one. Moving forward on this is about investment. And then we're going to try to tell a story that's going to start to build. And thankfully we have a governor right now who is investing big, historic amounts of money. And so the key is to make sure that our electeds and our leaders know that, number one, we're giving them the best scientific information that we have, and that their money is being utilized well to move this ball forward. I think that's the critical message, that when they invest, what was it this year, $625 million, that they're getting their money's worth every year that we see that legislative investment.
Andrew, and then Chuck.
That needs to be your closing page, right? You can work on that over the next
Remind me. I better write that down.
And I do think it's really good to have long-term goals where we want to be, but again, you know, you eat an elephant one bite at a time, and you have to make sure every year you have deliverables and you have information coming out that is advancing what you do and making sure you get your bang for your buck, and you slowly develop the science. That's how science is working in this thing. And you know, we're never going to get all that money up front. We have to do it, and sometimes if there's no red tide for a couple of years, it'll slow down, and then it'll pick back up, and we can pick it up and start all over again. But it is amazing. I mean, this governor has really latched on to the idea. It's really been a paradigm shift in terms of the value of clean water in Florida and how it's an economic driver in tourism. And it's really, I think, flipped between big ag to now tourism is the major economic driver in the state. And I think this governor gets it, and I think that's why we're getting all this money. And I think that we, you know, while we have him here, we need to run with it, but we also have to be sure that we have deliverables every year to continue the progress. And that's why it's important even at the micro level to develop contracts that are very specific and that they fit into the big picture, like public health. I mean, public health thing is great, but it's only one part of what we need to do, and we have to make sure that the public health piece fits into what Department of Environmental Protection does and what Fish and Wildlife does, because it's a broad front that has to slowly work its way forward. We're in this together, so.
Chuck.
So I think, part drawing a thread on this, but one of the things that I think got the Brevard County plan off the ground was that they were able to tell people not only kind of what that costs and what they gain, but what they would lose if they didn't do it. And so I think if we can come up with a box of some sort of story, maybe based on, the 2018 Bloom, and just sort of say, hey, look, we don't know all the answers or all the numbers exactly, but back of the envelope, here's the trade-off. Because it was, for me anyway, the people that I spoke with, it was when they realized what they would lose if they didn't do something, if you didn't invest, that was the thing that triggered it. Trying to tell them what they would gain by investing, they just went, oh yeah, but that's 20, 50 years down the road. If you say tomorrow you're going to start losing this.
And that fits under the economic analysis and economic model.
But then, yeah, dollars is the curve, that's something everybody understands.
Sherry?
Oh, I was going to say that would be a benefit of broadening that statement up to say what the goal is to generate economic information for making strategic investments in X, Y, and Z, and maybe generating estimates that contribute to determining whether or not it's a bloom of national significance. So that brings in where you might want to look at what the costs are and not just economic impacts. It's a whole suite of economic information. I think that goes back to the point of, you don't have to say it's research, but it is, but everybody understands what it means to generate economic information.
Other comments, concerns, issues?
So, one thought of it, as far as anything additional, whether we ever went into much about lessons learned, there are costs to not having some things in place, and we've learned, by trying to do some things in real time, whether it's getting permit for getting fish out and, being a delay in some of those fish rotting and contributing to a resurgence of a balloon, or that not having adequate predetermined lines of communication and steps means you're trying to create things on the fly, or that funds not there, or you're having to divert energies from someplace else, and that might take time. And I don't know if we want to show how lessons learned from the past help reinforce why we think these things are important, and we want, instead of having to use a recent example of why we need to do this, is trying to use all those other incidents that we can glean by this piece of information or this piece of process is important to be working on now.
Good. I've added
a little
added a little bit of wording just to catch that.
Might be kind of interesting. When this happens, you have 72 hours before those fish sink or something. When processes need to start, because there's a certain clock that started ticking. Maybe that could help flow.
I can see that going into like response plan. But yeah, in terms of what, besides a list of recommendations, what goes into the document to put it all in context and send the messages that we're trying to send. Yeah, it's going to be different than it is now. But would that be something that would, lessons learned to me sounds like the end of something, but this sounds more like it would kind of come at the beginning or.
None of us are new to this. Hopefully we've learned something along the way. And some of it is where we need to be going next, and just reinforcing how we've gotten there, and the fact that we're still doing some things on the fly versus having process or dollars or whatever else built out because of what happened in the past.
Well, it speaks to Chuck's point of the costs of inaction and past error.
Yeah.
Now, we said we were going to have a hard stop at 3:30 to give us some time to review and close up in an orderly fashion. One of the worst things that can happen to a meeting like this is it sort of gets up to 4 o'clock and people start running out to catch their airplanes and it just sort of fades away. So key facilitation thing is to say, okay, more detailed discussion would be great and interesting, but it's going to happen next time. So if you're amenable, we could, if you want, continue a general discussion, I would say a maximum of another 10 or 15 minutes. Or we could say, we're obviously on fertile ground, but we've done well. Let's move towards closure. So what's your comfort level? Do you want another 10 minutes of general discussion, which is what we've been having? Either way, it doesn't make any difference. Were you ready to start thinking about what did we achieve, what did we not achieve, what are the future tasks that need to be assigned, what are our next steps, what are our expectations for the immediate and long-term future? That's what I will do with the next half hour if we don't keep talking. So what's your preference? Lito, what's your preference?
Well, I was going to say let's keep talking, but it was mostly to get through that second part. Yeah, like I really want to leave here knowing what we're going to do next and who's going to do what and sort of what our timeline is.
Dwayne's hand's been floated. Sorry.
When I walked in here, I had one idea and now it doesn't apply. So I think I'd like to discuss that with everybody. Did you have?
I just have a quick 30-second ad, but it's important.
Okay.
A lot of what we're talking about is infrastructure. And because of the historic moment that's going to go into the next congressional session, we need to have that somewhere in here, whether it's a monitoring system, whether it's, a research facility. We're talking about infrastructure, whether it's wastewater or stormwater for nutrients. Somewhere we need to connect it to infrastructure.
Okay, we'll write down on the bottom of that. Just write infrastructure on the bottom of that page for me. Thank you. So with that then, I think the next phase of our discussion is moving into closure and wrap up. And what I suggest is the first, we do a quick review of what we've accomplished. We've been doing it sort of on the fly, so let's just quickly review and have a look at it all. Let's make sure that I think we accomplished everything we wanted to do, and then pass it across to Leanne to start saying, here are the next steps, who's going to do what. Is that comfortable for you?
Yeah.
Do you want to do the review, or would you like me to do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'd be great.
So I think we stuck to our agenda remarkably well. I'm pleasantly surprised. We have looked at the research section, which we had not previously discussed, mapped it out in some detail, and I think come up with some very sensible additions to wording and concept that strengthen that significantly. We did the same thing with management, and the one missing piece of management we also fleshed out. We also revisited the other two topics, communication and public health, and I think strengthened all of them. And all of these places I've noted on the flip charts, places where there were new wording or new thoughts. Megan has been doing the same thing with her record, and those we will amalgamate to make the record of this discussion and also as input to the document itself. So I think that's pretty clear. The question I have is there anything we really wanted to do today that we did not do, and we need to decide if there are any of those things, what to do about it? There are three options. One is we can forget it. We didn't get to it, it's not important, never mind. One is we can deal with it right now, get it done, or the third thing is we're going to say we're going to deal with that next time, and we note it as an agenda item for next time. I also have two topics in the parking lot that we need to consider as well. So, firstly, did anybody come here with a burning idea of, I really hope we talk about X, and you're sitting there a little disappointed saying, darn, we didn't get to X? Is there anything missing, Don?
Not that we should have talked about it here, but I think we've had a remarkable experiment in this Piney Point discharge that has caught a lot of attention. I know there's a lot of work that Kate was describing going on. The next meeting, I would love to see a recap of it and what did we learn from it, what can we mine from it, what measurements weren't made. They're just, it's rare. When these events happen, when you get a major outbreak, that's always good. You can mind it. Sometimes when you don't get one, that's good also. But when you get a major outbreak and it is also potentially linked to something as important to this organism as nutrients in terms of the public perception of what a lot of people are worried about, big agriculture and all that. If this task force doesn't address this event in a serious way, I think we've not done our duty.
So is everybody comfortable with saying that is an important issue and we should agenda it for the next meeting or discussion offline or however we want to do it? Yep. We don't need to really bring it up right now. We don't have time.
Yeah, and it's not, and it's ongoing.
Let me
and let's hope it's not ongoing in October, but it very well could be.
Let me specifically ask Kay and Barbara if you have anything you feel has been left out or overlooked. You guys good?
Yes.
No, you guys have done a great job in including us. Thank you.
Yeah, I've been impressed.
Oh, great. I'm glad you felt that way. Okay. Does anybody have anything they feel they would like to add to the review? Something really sticks in your mind of, hey, let's not overlook that we've nailed this one. You're all comfortable with that? Oversights we seem to not have. I think we're down to Leanne. What do you want to do next?
Tasks. So my thought was that after we'd walk away from this meeting and Megan and I would have everything we need to kind of deliver you guys at the next meeting an updated draft of this. But there's a lot of changes that we've proposed and we need to work through. I think that Megan and I can collate all this and potentially distill it into fewer number of recommendations because we've got quite a lot going on up there. And think about the four groupings that we currently have, how we can change that, how we can change the wording so that they're better understood by the public, as Dwayne suggested, and that stuff. But I'm also wondering about the rest of the document. So Dwayne has his assignment to close us out with some aspirational words, as he did on the last one. I don't know. Dave, do you want to lead a little section on lessons learned?
I could help frame it up for sure. I mean, I don't have the personal knowledge myself to do a lot of it, but I can frame it up.
With some examples, and we can potentially shop it around, maybe even outside of this group to people involved in response and what their thoughts are on that. And, I mean, the rest of what's going to go into it is kind of unclear to me at this point. I mean, we want to include progress that we've made in the last 2 years. Where does that go? I kind of think maybe in a page or two at the beginning, sort of summarizing this and what actions have come out of it. And then I don't necessarily want to just have these all listed with, and this is what we've done, and this is what we've done. Anybody have any ideas on that? I'm thinking very practically now about next steps and tasks and trying to push this forward so we can finish it by the end of the year.
I think you're going to need to at least have some section that shows what's happened and where we are now. I think if you don't do that, anybody who's viewing new just doesn't see how far we've come in 2 years, really. So I think that's going to be important. It doesn't need to be super detailed. And it could be a sidebar, just kind of a graphic sidebar. Progress to date, just the big highlights.
Yeah, I mean, we can maybe
just reconvening, is a deliverable because it had been a long time since this group was together.
Please hand it down. That's why.
I thought that some of those things you sent us, those progress reports, were really nice summaries. And whether there is any way to utilize something like that in paragraph format that gives an idea of along the lines of this is how far we've come in 2 years.
Yeah, we'll definitely rely on those as we're working through that.
So your timeline anticipates one more meeting and then you'll finalize the report.
No, it did. It did. I'm thinking we're going to have at least additional one, maybe in late August or September. So October hopefully will be in person. We could set up a virtual one to look at, where we've come with this and we'll probably solicit feedback. Are we on the right track? And then we can meet in October as planned, and it sounds like that's going to be a little bit broader. We'll definitely spend time on it, but we want to circle back to Piney Point. And hopefully we don't have to squeeze in another one, November or December, because that never works well. But we will if we need to. Yeah, I think we're going to have to be flexible. Plan on our October 6th is our next in-person meeting. Would people, if we know we're gonna need another meeting, should we try to do it before that? I think we should rather than waiting till after, but.
When's the next legislative session start? Is this the
January?
January?
It's early,
Yeah.
So you'd like to have this done for that?
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Ideally.
Yep.
Yeah. So, we're gonna need a little time to work through this already, but Megan?
What are you doing for the next?
No, do you think if we met again, maybe early September or?
I think late August or September. The idea that we should be focusing on a draft for a meeting, it doesn't have to be a full day, but if we just need time to incorporate these elements.
Yeah, we don't want another 8-hour phone call where we're
Yeah.
wordsmithing.
Just give a week or two for everyone to review before we get on the call.
Oh.
So, maybe it is early September.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I had 2-3 hours.
And we might want to, we can brainstorm it, but we might want to add some, highlight boxes or something for specific efforts or projects and, just as examples of where we're headed.
And also, I think it's important that we reference the Blue-Green Algal Task Force and that link. I get that question all the time, all the time. And so I think we just need to, continue to support, the big recommendations that relate to Karenian.
Right. Yeah, no, I'm planning to insert some recommendations for us to consider, along the nutrient line, and the research but in the management side would reference the Green Algal Task Force's work in supporting that.
That's great.
So in terms of tasks, it's pretty much for right now on Megan and me to pull most of this together. A few of you have some things to do. We'll try to set up another meeting, a virtual meeting in September, hopefully early September, so we can talk through our progress before our October 6th meeting. Other than, there's a lot to do, but I don't specific tasks beyond that to outline. Am I missing any tasks or follow-up items, Megan?
What would be your schedule for a report of this meeting distribution? Minutes of this meeting?
Oh, a couple days. Yeah. Usually, well.
Yeah, I do have a question about minutes. We have the video record on YouTube.
Oh.
There needs to be minutes since most of it is captures for what we're going to be delivering to the members. It's up to you.
So it might be a little bit longer. Well, do you, yeah, I guess since we have a recording, we don't actually have to have, as long as we can point people to that, we don't have to have minutes. And the minutes will be our collation of this, I guess. Yeah.
So just so everybody's got the right expectation, they're not going to come out quite as quickly as they may have in the past.
Right. No, that's a good point.
Okay. I have a question. Do you want to ask Mark and Gil if they have any final comments? That's it?
No,
Is that all right?
Well, I'll start. I mean, I appreciate your patience as you figure out, is this meeting about a document or big picture or things the HAB task force might actually recommend the state spend money on, or dealing with the mechanism for funding people to clean up dead fish, or 6 other things? The answer is yes. I know the document tends to be the product, and it is important, but there's a lot of other things that we need your input on, not least of which is we will carve out, as we did in previous years, a certain amount of money for the HAB task force to advise us on directing to, priority needs as much as we can afford to address them. So it takes a lot of patience to think about a document like this and frame it the right way. So I appreciate all of your work there, but we also have much bigger things to talk about. And I think the document will be good because we have a good team working on it. You all provided good input. Those future meetings need to incorporate some of these other issues beyond the document, several of which can be not lessons learned, but success boxes in future documents. So I just want to thank you for your time. Thank you, Perrin, for not cutting me off or getting in the way of me.
Finally learning to do it right. That's a pleasure.
I didn't think I was trainable.
I'm sure he wasn't even annoyed.
I know that look on his face. We didn't get there this year.
Mark, what have you got some comments?
I know that in the past, this task force endorsed the analogy. I don't know what that means, but it means something. It endorsed the Blue Green Algae Task Force consensus document. Now you're talking about incorporating it in some way, maybe into this document as well. So I just want to return to this idea of having a joint meeting, and I think the only reason to do so is if we have something to do, and in some way we can have some deliverables that inform one another and or leadership in some way. So I would encourage us all to think about it, and for you and I to talk at sometime soon about what that meeting would be for, because I would love to do it if it would be beneficial, and I don't want to have us all suffer through a 6-hour meeting if in the end we're like, well, now what was that for? So if we could find what that thing is or things are, I encourage us to find a time to do it soon.
So maybe that's just a direct communication between you two
Well,
to
I
start
think everybody can think about it.
Yeah.
For sure. And maybe Chuck's got the solution already.
Don't know about that. But I mean, as a topic, I think the one that'll pop up first, that's really going to crosscut, is the communications thing. So when we get UF stuff, that should inform us about the messaging that has worked or doesn't work, or what people think they want, and that may be something that would be a very productive thing to walk through.
I agree. That on our side, that was one of the things we talked about too.
Yeah, it's just signage. It's it's big real fast.
And what works and doesn't work. And, we think PhD works. Don't look at it. There was a sign on their house where their boat is tied up to their. So, right. So, and why didn't you use social media, or why weren't you coordinating with the media organizations? Why wasn't it on 6 o'clock news? I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff there that I think we've all struggled with. We probably ought to message it one way, or one suite of ways, one media type package, or communication type package.
Right, and that's what we're working towards, and kind of expecting that the next steps after the UF project is done and the communications work group has had a chance to discuss it and trying to determine what's next, and it's certainly not perennia only need. So that might be a perfect time to bring them together. We can present, we can catch each other up on what's been done so far, and here's where we are. And so I don't think we'll have trouble coming up with something useful to do. There's a lot to do.
I would suggest one more thing. Although it's in a lot of the documents, given the federal infrastructure funding at the state level and religious public opinion, the stage is set for some significant investments in water quality infrastructure and nutrient control. And if the two task forces could come up with a set of recommendations that could help frame policymakers thinking on that relative to where investment is likely to have the biggest bang for the buck, and time it in such a way that that was available next, beginning of the calendar year, I think that would be a very useful product.
So that's a short term.
I think that you have a lot of it already. It's just a matter of perhaps packaging and communicating back to communications a little bit more aggressive.
All right. Anything else? Or it's time to wrap it up. I will. Okay, well, we've done a great job sticking to schedule. We have 8 minutes left before our hard stop, and we can probably adjourn a few minutes early. But of course, I want to thank you all. It was really great to see you all here in person, and thank you guys for taking time out of your schedules to join us remotely. Big thanks to Gil and Eric and Mark for joining us today, and I appreciate the input. It's nice to have guidance from the one guiding us, to make sure we're on the right track. Karen, I can't thank you enough for keeping us on track here. And I didn't have to listen to myself talk all day, so that was the best. And everybody who helped. So Alicia, thank you for helping. Karen, Kate, thank you for being here as a resource. Jessica and Kelly, thank you for days and days of your lives that you just devoted to making this happen.
IT experts.
Green bucks are coming to everybody, and as always, huge thank you to Megan for pulling everybody together and making it happen. I think that's everything. Thank you to facilities maintenance for clearing out all the junk in this room at 6 o'clock last night too. Yeah. So okay. Well, with that, you can look forward to a doodle poll soon from Megan on an extra virtual meeting coming up, and hearing back from us on our efforts in pulling all this together. And I guess unless anybody has anything else, what's that? Oh, okay. And for those of you who've hung in on the YouTube channel, please send us your thoughts, your comments through our web address, which is on the screen right now. Thank you for joining us, everybody. We are adjourned.